Everybody's got a price, it's the $1 million man. Podcast in demand. Understand, everybody's got a price. $1 million man. Everybody's got a price. $1 million man. Everybody's got a pod, it's the $1 million man. Podcast in demand. Understand, everybody's got a price. $1 million man. Everybody's got a price.
What's up, everybody? It's Marcus D'Angelo, and we are back for another episode of Everybody's Got a Pod. But this week, unfortunately, we are going to have to dip back into the archives again. This one's totally on me. Ted was available. However, my personal schedule just got a little bit too crazy this time around. So, unfortunately, I had to call an audible this week. We will be back next week. Ted and I we're already on the schedule for another recording. But this week, it's not like we're not doing anything cool. This week is going to be actually pretty awesome. We've got a really huge episode today where I've combined all of our episodes featuring a discussion about 1988 in the WWF, and I've combined them all together to give you the full comprehensive story of 1988 in the World Wrestling Federation, everything that was going on with Ted in that incredible year, arguably the biggest and most impressive year of his entire career. So we will be back in action next week, but I hope that you guys enjoy this compilation, and we'll see you next time right here on Everybody's Got a Pod. And our subject today brings us to early 1988 because we're talking about the main event from 1988. We figured, let's start this podcast off on a really, really high note and something that I know fans love to hear about. So without any further ado, a big topic, 35-year anniversary this year. Can you believe it's been that many years, Ted?
It's hard to believe. It really is.
I can't think of a better time to talk about it than 35 years later. So we can kind of launch into the whole thing. Initially we put it down that we were going to be discussing both the main event and WrestleMania IV. But after doing the notes and research for this, I realized that we just have to break it into two separate episodes if we want to get in depth and really kind of cover all the topics that we want to. So with that said, the story is going to continue next week on the podcast. We'll pick up right where this one leaves off by looking back at WrestleMania IV. And like I said, we're going to discuss your arrival in the WWF in great detail at some point on the show. But before we launch into the story of your uncrowned WWF title reign, I did want to ask, we hear a lot that Vince brings an exciting new talent into his territory, and he'll sometimes tell them that he can see them as the WWF champion. A lot of wrestlers apparently took this literally and took it as Vince promising them the belt. And then when it wouldn't happen, there'd be some hurt feelings.
Right.
When you first arrived in Connecticut, did Vince make any such statements to you?
I don't think that I ever heard him say, I can see you being the champion. I more or less gathered from him, I see you as being my top heel, and that everything that happened going forward also demonstrated that he meant it. And it's funny. People ask me, I get that question all the time. Aren't you, gosh, you're one of those guys, you're one of the best wrestlers, and you just never became the world champion. And I remind them, I said, even the world champion isn't really the world champion because it's a show. It's a story. We're telling the story. And for me, the way I always looked at it was, if I'm going to be a heel, I'm going to be the top guy. The most important thing is being over and making the crowd hate me as much as I possibly could. And, if that included, and just to be honest, because I saw where Vince was taking wrestling, in my dad's era, it was kind of like kayfabe, the whole deal. And even though you understood that, there were a lot of people who watched wrestling that figured it out, it was kind of like the golden rules, like you don't break kayfabe. It's like you don't ever give away the trade secrets. Well, it doesn't take long to watch a wrestling match and realize, if you've ever been in a real fight, it's something just not right. But it's getting over, and that was the key. So getting over for me was more important than having a belt. And Yeah, I mean, there was, I guess there was some talk, but here's what I'm trying to say. If I had won, if I had somehow cheated the Hulkster out of the belt along with the help of Andre the Giant at WrestleMania IV and become the champion, I would have had it, but I wouldn't have had it very long.
Right.
And that's because of the direction Vince was taking wrestling, because, it's not just wrestling anymore, it's merchandise. And so, this is when the wrestling action figures started coming out, and then they started with the video games and all the other merchandise. Well, it's kind of like, if you're the bad guy, you're not going to be the champion long, because the kids and the audience, they want to see their hero as the champion. And that's where Vince took it. And so, and I got that. I understood that, which was just the opposite in my era of, not my era, so to speak, but in the early days, or the latter days of before Vince McMahon. It's like, if you were the NWA World Champion. Now, the NWA World Champion went all over the United States and wrestled in all of the territories. Back when it was territorial, he wrestled in all the territories that were affiliated with the NWA.
Mm-hmm.
But the only place that the world champion was a babyface was in his home territory, where he was from, where he came from. Dory Funk Jr. and Terry Funk, they grew up in Amarillo, Texas, and that was their home territory. I mean, literally. I mean, their dad established it, and they ended up running it after that. Their dad passed away, but that was the only place that Terry Funk or Dory Funk Jr. were baby faces as champion. Everywhere else they went, they were the bad guy. Why? Because in all the territories, you're pushing your top guys, and so when the world champion comes to town, you want to put your top baby face against him. And so it only makes sense that, you're not going to have a real exciting match if it's two baby faces. So one of them's got to be the heel.
Right.
And so that's why the champion was generally the heel. And unless, of course, he wrestled in his own territory. So anyway.
And that right there, guys, if we can take a pause, that right there is a great illustration of why this podcast is going to be something special. We're talking about years and years of experience, and a man that's gone all over the United States, different territories, Japan. So awesome example of exactly what we're in store here for with Everybody's Got a Pod in future episodes. So appreciate you sharing that. And, while we're on the subject, it's Bruce Pritchard always talks about the WWF at this time as a babyface territory, meaning that there's a babyface on top traditionally. And, whereas to your point, heels like Ric Flair with the NWA, it just made more sense to have a heel there. Now, it does make me wonder, Ted, what is your preference? Do you feel like you fit better in a heel or a babyface territory, having worked in both?
I became comfortable in both. I mean, and what Bruce is saying is true. I mean, the WWE, as it is now, is a babyface territory, because, again, the audience that you're appealing to, by and large, like Vince wanted to make wrestling family entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And and you couldn't continue the old school way and make it family entertainment. So that's, like I said, it was kind of like when he started, and they developed a cartoon, and Hulk Hogan's the hero. He's the ultimate. He's Superman, and every kid wanted when the action figures came out, they wanted a Hulk Hogan action figure and everything. And of course, what follows that is, the good guy's got to have a bad guy to fight with. So, when, of course, we had our action figures too, but again, the direction and of the territory wholeheartedly would be and Bruce was right. It was a good guy territory. It was babyface territory, because that's what's going to sell the merchandise, is highlighting your good guys and ultimately putting them over. And of course, they got to have their villains to. And you actually, I think you would even last longer as a good guy in the territory if it was territorial, than you would as a heel, because whoever that good guy is, like Hulk Hogan, and and I got my run with Hulk, but it was kind of like Hulk and it was Andre and Hulk had. That was the thing that with the lead in the Saturday night main event, the whole deal, and that's how me and Andre got hooked up and ended up at WrestleMania IV. But going forward from there, all those kids that watch those shows, they want to see their hero. They want to see the hero, and they want to see their heroes win. And that's why Bruce, said, yeah, the WWE is a babyface territory.
But here in '88, or '87 into '88, you found yourself on the biggest stage in wrestling, and as you said, Vince McMahon is starting to merchandise everything. Yeah. And a big part of him trying to establish the WWF as a brand is this monumental primetime special that comes seemingly out of nowhere. It's the main event on NBC. And man, it's what was your first thought whenever you heard, holy smokes, we're about to do this huge primetime special on NBC?
I was like blown away. I mean, they told me that that was the first time ever that professional wrestling was on live national network television, coast to coast. The first time ever that pro wrestling, was in the limelight as, it's like, this is a special show on it. I think it was NBC, and it was coast to coast, and that Saturday night main event was the lead-in to WrestleMania IV. I mean, a good part of it, I mean, it was just surreal. I mean, it's like, I go from territorial wrestling to being at the right place at just the right time when the WWF, as it was known then, was going to be on national network television for the very first time. And I'm part of the biggest angle.
Incredible.
And the angle that would lead into WrestleMania IV. And that was so funny because I wore the belt. I took the belt on the road for about a week or so. And then they said, of course, Jack Tunney, is supposed to be the guy. And, he says, he strips me of the belt. He says, you didn't win the belt. You're not the champion. And I said, and they couldn't give it back to Andre because technically Andre won.
And forfeited it.
But he'd been paid off by me not to take the belt. And they couldn't give it back to Hogan because technically he lost it. So what do? We have a tournament to crown a new champion, which was the tournament was WrestleMania IV.
That's our episode for next week, and I'm psyched to talk about it. But man, it's such a cool story. And by the way, you mentioned the twin referee angle. I've got the clip of it, so we'll be watching that here this week on the podcast. But I did want to get Meltzer's 2 cents in on this. It's the January 15th, 1988 edition of The Observer. It's almost scary what the TV ratings for this show will be. Judging from the past week's TV tapings, the TV hype will be mainly directed at the special, and they've got the type of a main event which will interest the general public more than any other. Without a doubt, this will be the most watched wrestling show in the history of the United States. Ted, we're talking about a live in prime time. And we know, of course, that Meltzer would have it correct. The show would draw a 15.2 Nielsen rating and 33 million viewers. I mean, the significance of this cannot be overstated. Am I right?
No. Oh, no. And I don't think at the time I even realized. I mean, I knew it was big. I knew it was big, but I didn't realize it was going to be that big. And as I look back and realize, you talk about stumbling into the right place at the perfect time. I did it.
I mean, all of a sudden, you're on the biggest stage in professional wrestling. You're the top heel in the industry. You haven't even been there a year, and you're the top heel in the
Yeah.
industry. And now it's like, man, you are set to be in a featured role on this massive stage. When you first hear about it, you said you couldn't really quite grasp the significance of it. I mean, do you feel pressure at this point? I mean, at this time, you're kind of a seasoned vet, right?
Well, I was a seasoned vet in the business. I mean, I've been around, but I had never been on a stage this big.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, territorial wrestling. I had wrestled some big shows, but nothing to that magnitude. Had I been on, and man, it's again, it was surreal. It was surreal then, and looking back, I'm just very
Man,
grateful that I was the right guy at the right time, at the right place. And
remarkable,
yeah,
remarkable. And if you don't mind, I'd like to talk about Dick Ebersol for a minute. He's the producer for Saturday night's main event alongside Vince, and now here he is producing and allegedly helping direct a little bit for the main event. A huge name in television. Did you get a lot of interaction with Mr. Ebersol?
no, I got to meet him, but that was about it. You know, I knew who he was, and of course, big name in TV.
Hmm.
And I did get to meet him, but that was about it. I mean, I was too busy worried about what I had to do that night.
It's probably a good thing. Jake apparently had a weird run-in with Ebersol. He didn't know it was him, and this guy walks up and hands him a script, and Jake, in his words, said this script is bullshit or something like that because he's used to, yeah, as I'm sure you were. You're doing these promos, and a lot of it is like they give you a basic outline and then just let you run with it, right? As opposed to scripting everything.
Yeah, yeah, and of course it's I think it's more so now than even then. But I mean, and I even told Vince this. I said, uh, "You can give me a script, you can give me the verbiage you want, but what I'm going to do, Vince, is I'm going to make it me. I
Hmm.
mean, I'm going to read what you have and understand what we're trying to say, but it's not going to be word for word because it won't be natural for me." And he trusted me enough to allow me to do that. So
And you didn't get to where you were as a promo or as a personality in professional wrestling by reading scripts. You got it by kind of
yeah,
doing your own thing and going off the
exactly,
cuff. Yeah, so it
exactly.
just makes sense.
That's
And I mean, look,
yeah,
if we look back at some of the greatest promos in professional wrestling history, I don't think that Dusty Rhodes had somebody writing hard times for him. Don't think that Austin was getting a lot of writing done for him
no,
back in the day. So
no,
yeah, it's
not at all.
sometimes you just got to let the people do their thing.
That's it.
Well, let's talk about Bruce Pritchard again, real quick. He has it. The main event for WrestleMania IV was set in concrete by February of 1988. Do you remember being approached at all about the story or the tournament or any of that?
No, that was all pretty well. Well, they wanted to keep it hush hush because they didn't keep it hush hush. Stuff like that big. If you don't keep your mouth shut about it, and then it ends up getting out, it gets leaked,
Hmm.
and you don't want anything like that to get leaked. And for me, post WrestleMania, I mean, of course, after the big Saturday night main event was WrestleMania, and of course that's the other thing too. Everybody always asks me, like, weren't you upset that you didn't win it there? And I said, it would have been nice for me to win it there. I said, but you got to understand something I understand about the wrestling business is, and because I knew where the wrestling business was going with Vince, family entertainment, you want to make the kids happy, and there weren't too many heels that were champion. That I mean, they
Hmm.
might get it for a while, but all they're doing, they're going to have it just long enough to pass it back either to the top baby face or the next up and coming top baby face. And so I said, look, it's all about what I can do to make the people hate me the most.
Yep.
And it was Pat Patterson that approached me with this idea because I mean, I think they were a little worried, concerned about they were trying to please a lot of people. Randy Savage being one of those, and that's how Randy ended up coming out of the thing at WrestleMania IV as the champion. And I said, but when Pat Patterson said this to me, he said, what if you don't win at WrestleMania IV? And then in your arrogance, you thumb your nose at the world title and just declare yourself the $1 million champion and create your own title. And like you put your you put your title up against all comers. I said, do it. Because I mean, you talk about getting people to hate you. Oh my gosh, that arrogant SOB, blah 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 blah. Who does he think he is? It was perfect. I mean, again, that's it. I mean, that got more heat on me than I got more heat by developing and creating my own title than by having the world title for a short time and passing it back to Hogan.
Yep. And that's what I think gets lost, because I've heard people say that too, like, oh, he should have had a run with the title. They've said the same thing about Piper, about Jake, Scott Hall, and numerous others. But really, in your case, what made the most sense was that you would say, you know what, I'll just go buy my own.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just incredible. Hey, we mentioned Bruce, and as a side note, I do have to ask. I've heard Bruce say in the past that at this time you would carry large sums of cash on your person, so that if anyone ever tried to call you out on not really being the $1 million man, you could prove it, and then you just give the receipts to Vince. Is there any truth to that?
Oh gosh, absolutely. I mean, from the first day I signed the contract, and Vince had this, whoever it was, somebody in the office walked in the room, counted out $2,000 in brand new $100 bills. And Vince says, Ted, this is your flash cash. He says, here's what I want you to do. He says, now, don't abuse it. If you abuse it, you lose it. He says, but you got to pick the right spot, whether it's in a restaurant, a hotel, an airport, wherever you can, lay down the cash and pick up the tab. And he said, like you've had dinner in a really nice restaurant, you get up and say, hey, everybody, just announcement for you. This is your lucky night. I'm Ted DiBiase. I'm the $1 million man of World Wrestling Federation. And your meal is on me tonight, just to prove to everybody that I'm not really a bad guy. Virgil, collect the checks. Virgil go around, get all the checks. We'd add them up. I mean, and bang, 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 lay down the cash, take the receipt back to Vince, and they replenish the money. And Vince wrote that off as marketing. And that's exactly what it was, marketing. But I mean, when he my mouth had to be like this. Really. And I said, he said, Ted, you're going to be one of the hottest heels I've ever had. And I said, yeah, in front of the crowd and in the dressing room too, with everybody else, because nobody else is getting treated like that. And that was the other thing. It was like, he said, Ted, he says, I don't want you staying at the Holiday Inn anymore. He said, you stay at the Hilton, the Hyatt, the Marriott, whatever. You stay at the exclusive hotels. He says, and again, for the first year or so, I had limousine service every day.
Oh,
I mean, airport to hotel to Coliseum, back to hotel, and of course, I wondered if that might create some heat with the other guys. And it really didn't, because they were like, you know what, if I'd had that chance, I'd have jumped on it too.
and speaking of Bruce, he commented on that situation as well, because he was asked by Conrad Thompson on their podcast, Something to Wrestle. He was asked, did Ted get a lot of heat with the boys? I mean, he's riding around in limbos, 5-star restaurants. He's getting all this petty cash. Like, how did the boys feel about it? And Bruce said Ted earned it, and all the boys knew that. Like, yeah. Ted had worked in the industry for a long time, had busted his ass, had established himself, so he earned it. And man, what a hell of a spot to find yourself in, though. Incredible.
Absolutely.
On the way to the main event, you're working house shows here and there, facing Hogan in tag team matches and singles matches. Would this have been the first time you had worked with Hulk?
Actually, the first time that I ever worked with Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan's very first appearance in Madison Square Garden was against me.
That's right. I have heard that. And you were the baby
I
face
was
and
the
he was the
baby
heel.
face and he was the heel. And this was actually it was my last match. I mean, I had, again, that at that time it was the WWF, and Vince Senior was still the boss, and I was still pretty young in the business, but I'd been there for, I don't know, I wouldn't say quite a year, and I was going to go back to work for Bill Watts. So my last show is Madison Square Garden, and I remember Vince Senior came to me and he said, "Ted," he says, uh, "I put you with this guy because this is somebody we're really going to push. We really want to get this guy over uh, well, and we trust you to do it." And which made it was endearing to me that they put that kind of trust in me. And so I said, "Sure, I'll do whatever I can to get him over." And that's the first time I met him. And I remember after the match, when we got backstage in the dressing room, and this was at Madison Square Garden. Uh, he thanked me, and he looked at me, he says, "Hey, by the way, I owe you one."
Oh,
So fast forward to, I don't know what year that was. I'm trying to think.
I want to say when you had worked with Hogan in the Garden, gosh, I want to say it was maybe like 81, somewhere in there.
Um,
I don't know. We'll look it up
yeah,
and sort it
81,
out. But
82, but anyway,
a few years before he had become this huge
yeah,
megastar,
yeah.
and this is, man, that is a good guy to have owe you one, I would say.
And here's the thing: when we, when I started back and everything, I guess for the first week or so, I didn't, so the first show we were on together after I actually started wrestling in the territory, it was an outdoor show, and I don't know who he was wrestling, but it wasn't me. But when he came up, shook my hand, he looked at me and he winked and he says, "Payback time."
Oh.
And I said, "Hallelujah."
Hey, by the way, my brother Dominic is in here helping us produce, and he pointed out it was 1979 in Madison Square Garden that you worked
Wow.
with Hogan. So that would have been Hogan's first run. I know that when he took the Rocky role in Rocky 3, he lost his job temporarily, went to Vern,
Yeah.
then came back. But man, that's awesome. So you're coming in the door here in '87, and you've already got a good relationship with the top guy in the company.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard to ask for more. Now, during this time, Meltzer is counting you among the best workers in the entire business, whether in the United States, Japan, anywhere. He is always putting you over, saying that you can help anybody look better in the ring. But at the same time, he's taking a lot of time taking Hulk to task, for his style of work. What did you think about the formulaic type matches that Hogan was having?
Well, here's the thing. Everybody, I've heard a lot of people say, Hulk Hogan really wasn't a great wrestler. I said, pardon me, but yeah, he was. I said, Hulk knew his gimmick. Hulk understood who the character was. And that type of character, and here's a guy that, I mean, my goodness, like I was 6'4". I mean, and he stood like 2 inches or 3 inches taller than me. I mean,
Massive guy.
massive guy. And big guys like that don't do arm drags and hip tosses.
And shouldn't.
Exactly. It's just like Andre. And Andre, you talk about somebody who knew how to work. How does a guy that's 3 times as big as anybody on the planet make somebody in the ring look like he has even a chance of beating him?
Mm-hmm.
You just learn how to do it. I mean, and Andre was very good at that, where, he would dominate, and then he'd pick something where he'd say, "Hey, poke me in the eye," or whatever, and hit me in the throat. And that's something that where anybody would say, "Oh my gosh, that really hurts." And how do you, first you got to get him on his knees to where you can, because otherwise you're not even face to face until he's on his knees. But
Right.
it's the psychology of wrestling.
vulnerability in the big guy, and it's again, it just makes sense. You don't like I don't want to see Hulk Hogan do like a missile drop kick off the top rope. It
Yeah,
would be weird and out of character for him.
exactly.
Now, for you yourself, did you feel like you were at your peak as a wrestler around this time, or was the best still yet to come for you?
Those were my best years, uh, without a doubt. And I had grown up in the business. I had, they say, "Who trained you?" I said, "Nobody." I said, "Well, the Funks." I said, "Well, the Funks basically, uh, because of my relationship with them all of my life. I guess what you say, it was easier to get in the business, but I started. I actually started physically wrestling under Cowboy Bill Watts,
Mm,
and the talent that Bill had in the territory. And of course, when I started for Bill, I was a babyface. I was a good guy, and he had a slew of heels, man. And I was on the opening match every night. But the other guy in the ring was usually a fairly polished, worker, and led me. And you just pick it up. You pick it up little by little, and over time, you develop your own persona and character. And of course, my dad was a great heel. And it's kind of like there's two kinds of heels. There's what I call the tough guy heel, and there's what I call the chicken shit heel.
hmm
That's the guy who talks real big, but when you confront him, he becomes a coward. Starts
Right.
backing down. And he's the only time he's really tough is when he's got something in his fist to, cheat.
Yes.
And so, but every guy that I've ever known that was a tough guy heel, uh, Stone Cold lost it. I was his manager when he first started, and he was carrying the $1 million belt for a little while. Stone Cold was a tough guy heel. Every tough guy heel I've ever known eventually becomes a good guy because everybody loves a tough guy. I mean, when a guy's that tough, you end up loving him. The Rock,
Yeah.
the same thing, tough guy heel.
Can't
Uh,
help but respect him.
exactly.
Nikita Koloff, I
Yeah,
think, is another good example of that.
yeah, very
Um,
much so.
Right, man, interesting, and that's a perspective I've heard about the two types of heels, but I don't think I've ever really heard anybody put it into words that usually the tough guy heels become baby faces. That's really fascinating.
Yeah, it is. And
Um,
of course, I didn't worry about that because I was always going to be that sneaky behind your back guy. You
well,
never get tired. You never get tired of seeing a chicken shit heel get his ass kicked.
it fit you like an old house slipper. It worked perfectly. um, I also want to mention around this time you're working with another really great athlete and a tough guy, babyface Bam Bam Bigelow. You're working with him a lot here. He's a huge guy, a great look. Eventually be his manager a few years later. But
Yeah.
why don't you think things worked out for him during his first run in the WWF?
I kind of feel hindsight. Why it didn't work out the first time was a little bit because of his attitude.
Mm,
It's kind of like an attitude of like, I deserve this and I should be this or I should be that. And when he came back the second time, he was a lot more humble, if you will,
I see.
in a nutshell.
A little bit too young, maybe, for
Yeah.
the spotlight. I did also hear that maybe he had a few issues here and there with Andre.
Well, that's just, yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 That's one guy you don't want to, and here's the deal. Andre was a very good judge of character. And if Andre liked you, chances are you're a pretty good guy.
Mm-hmm.
And if Andre didn't like you, pretty good chance you're a scumbag. Good judge of character. And so judging on that character, that's why things didn't go so well for the big man. So
Probably exactly what he needed for his career. Calm him down a little bit.
Yeah.
Speaking of Andre, we get a really fun moment between him and Hogan at the first ever Royal Rumble. They aren't in the Rumble, of course, but they do have a contract signing for the main event. And you're in the ring for our first clip of the week. Just a reminder for those that are unaware or don't remember this, Ted had established himself in '87 as the man that could buy anything because everybody's got a price. He attempted to purchase the world title from Hogan. Hogan denied him, like the good hero that he is. And so Ted enlisted the help of Andre, with the idea being that if Andre defeats Hogan, he and Ted have an agreement in place where DiBiase will purchase the belt from Andre. Here's the clip of the signing.
Has waited for almost a year for this opportunity. He was robbed of this title just about a year ago. He can take his time. He is savoring the moment. You just hold the mic and shut up.
Well, you know, the same thing applies, McMahon. If you were to sit down and buy some new rat trap house, you'd sit down and read that mortgage real close.
Jack Tunney already said both principals and their respective representative have indeed read the contract thoroughly.
Jack Tunney said it. That's like getting a guarantee from Ollie North.
There shouldn't be. There's nothing here that is going to prevent us from signing this contract here tonight, live in front of an audience all over the country.
I certainly hope not.
All right, make up your mind, Andre. Stop playing games with Hulk Hogan. Either sign it or get up and get out of here, and let's progress with the matches. I'll tell you what, if Andre doesn't sign it, I'll bet you they go at it right now. Because Hulk would not sit there and go through all of this humiliation. To have Andre, wait a minute, is he signing? He's signing it now.
Finally, Andre the Giant is signing the contract for the big one, February the 5th, Friday night.
Now that you signed the contract, Andre, put your official stamp of approval on it.
Whoa, stamp of approval.
We may have February 5th.
All right, Andre, put the official stamp of approval on it.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
Now look how easily he did that.
Look at him. Take a long, hard look. Take a look where you're going to see him on February the 5th.
Andre the Giant on the way back to the dressing room.
Man, just tremendous stuff.
Wow.
Ted, when do you think is the last time you saw that footage?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Yeah. And I noticed how young I looked.
I'll tell you what, the hair, the outfit, you were looking, how about this? You were looking like $1 million. I've talked to Jake about this a few times on our podcast, but you had come from, as you referenced, the Watts Mid-South territory the year prior, and you'd grown up in this kind of old school way. If I remember right, in Mid-South, you were just like the dude with a loaded glove and just kind of like a wrestler's wrestler. But now here you find yourself and you're in this like shiny suit with this over the top, almost like a comic book type character.
Yeah.
A great story, but how were you feeling situating yourself in this kind of cartoonish world?
Well, when the WWF first took off, and again, I was still working for Bill Watts, and of course I was watching it, and it was kind of like I had an old school mentality. I mean, it's like, he's killing the wrestling business.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, making a cartoon out of it. But in reality, Vince, stroke of genius. He took something that, pro wrestling as we knew it back before, the old school way, like you had mentioned, it started in the carnies. It was like a carnival act.
Mm-hmm.
And it gradually evolved. Even though there was always a base core of people who were going to, believe it. Most people, considered wrestling, it's sports entertainment. It's not real. They're not really getting hurt. And that's how they looked at it. But we presented it the old school way in a much more realistic fashion, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And then all of a sudden this guy comes along and he's, got these colorful costumes and making toys and all that other stuff, but what I initially thought was a guy killing the business and wrestling was dead forever, is he made it bigger than it ever was.
Revolutionized.
And, he really did. And so, I just had to, I had to go, and even when I sat down and talked with Vince about the character, he said, Ted, he says, here's the one thing everybody hates, is someone who, by virtue of their wealth, bullies people. Flaunts his wealth and bullies them. It's kind of like, throws money at their feet, says, yeah, pick that up, peon, and laughs in their face and stuff like that. And I just kind of chuckled and I said, yeah, I can't stand guys like that myself. That's really, that arrogant deal. And he said, that's the essence of this character. And so I started to understand that. But I also understood that when I got in the ring and the suit came off, that I was just going to be the same type of wrestler I always was as a heel. And again, the best kind of heel is, again, what we call the chicken shit heel.
Yes.
The guy who really is a bully and a coward and talks real big all the time. You never get tired. You never get tired of seeing a guy like that get his butt kicked. And that fit perfectly into what the $1 Million Man exuded. So.
Yeah, it's, if you want to exude that whole, like, I can buy anything, I can do anything. I mean, a guy like that, especially if we are going to view this through like a kind of over the top cartoonish lens, he'd probably wear a really shiny suit and throw money at people, stuff it in their mouths.
Yeah.
So no, man, it worked. Let's talk about Andre for a second. You're spending a lot of time here with him, managing him, tagging with him, etc. Are you traveling with him at this time too?
Yeah. A good portion of it was. I mean, obviously, I mean, most of the time between starting in the business and that first that Saturday night event, the buildup to WrestleMania, but from WrestleMania going forward, I was with Andre a lot. That was, in the business we call it the rub. Andre was the rub for me. In other words, the guy that's going to help elevate me to the top level is Andre the Giant.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense to you.
For sure.
It's kind of like that rub, like, like when Stone Cold came in, it's kind of like, Steve, stunning Steve Austin at first, and then, but initially they put Steve with me because they wanted to make him a big heel. So, as a manager, and I'm going to have a stable of guys, and he was going to be one of them. Well, and of course, nobody, including me, had any idea how huge that character would get.
Oh.
He went way beyond any expectation. But that was the rub. So Andre was the rub. I mean, Andre had turned heel. I mean, Andre had been loved by everybody, and when he turned heel, my gosh, it's kind of like if they love you, the more they love you and you turn on them, the more they're going to hate you. They're going to hate you even more, and vice versa. If you're a really, really bad guy and you're a really good heel, and everybody hates you, and then you turn babyface, it's going to even make you bigger. I mean, Randy Savage. Randy had been a heel, and it's like that, all that stuff with Elizabeth and mistreating her and all that. But when we had WrestleMania 4 and he came out of that the winner and toppled everybody, shot him right to the top as a babyface.
For sure. And, I don't know if the $1 Million Man character could have made a good babyface or not. What do you think?
No.
He'd gotten too much heat early.
No, yeah, it was kind of like I would have had to change too much, and it was too good. It was just too good. I mean, there were so many things that you could do with that character, and we did a lot of things with it. But I didn't even know what kind of story you would tell get a guy like that to change. Something really drastic would have to happen in his career to make him turn. Now you could. I mean, you can do anything. It's like if I got horribly injured or something, and then realizing that there's a lot of things in life that are more important than money, like your health and stuff. I don't know, some kind of.
Certainly a possibility. I don't know. You had gained a lot of ill will up to this point. It might be hard to bounce back. Actually, right here on Premier Streaming Network, we've got another podcast called One of a Kind with Rob Van Dam, and I know that you and he had a little run-in when he was just a young man. We will talk about that someday. For right now, let's edge a little bit closer here to the main event. Before we get there, though. We've heard over the years as fans that you kind of have to earn Andre's respect, and he could be really hard on people if you didn't know them or trust them yet. Was your arrival in the WWF the first time that you had been around Andre?
No, actually, I met Andre while I was still in college playing football at West Texas State.
Really?
And again, the Andre, and of course, Andre, and again, the territorial days. He would go territory to territory, and he'd go to a territory, and he'd be the highlight on every card in that territory for that entire week, and then he'd go to another territory. And so when the Funks brought him into Texas, and this was while I was still at West Texas State playing football, for whatever reason, both of them, Dory Jr. and Terry, were going to be out of town. They weren't going to be there, and so they said, Teddy, would you take Andre out for us when he comes and take care of me? And I said, yeah, man, I'd be happy to. And so I took the big man out after the show in Amarillo, Texas. Took him to one of the college bars that all of us college kids frequented and everything. It was funny that. This is true story. So we sit down, and the girl comes up to the table to take the order. Andre looks at her and he says, "You'll have trash can?" She's kind of odd look on her face. She says, "Yeah." He says, "Big trash can." Yeah, empty trash can. He says, "Yeah, sure." He says, I don't know if it was 4 or 5 cases of beer in trash can on ice, bring to table. I'm like, what? I couldn't believe it. And of course, now, if you ever saw Andre wrap his hand around a beer can, which is basically the same size as a Coke can, the can disappears. You can't see you can't even see the can because his hand is that big. And it was like, it was kind of like him drinking a regular 12-ounce thing of beer was like you or I drinking a mini.
Right.
And I mean, he was just unbelievable. And, the other thing that a lot of things that the fans don't know, I can't remember who did the special on him, but they did a really good job. With the special they did on Andre the Giant, I think it helped the people understand how here's a guy who's so visible, you can't miss him anywhere he goes, but spent his life somewhat lonely.
Yes.
Because he could never get anywhere where he was really comfortable. Traveling on an airplane, even if he sits in first class. A first class seat on an airplane is like me sitting in coach. I can sit there, but I'm not real comfortable.
Right.
And that's he spent his whole life. And I mean, he wrestled in Japan. They would have to, in some places, they would, I don't know, either have to put him in a room where they, put 2 beds together, or I don't know, but just constantly looking for a place to be comfortable. And it was just tough. It was just tough life for him, but a good guy. And oh gosh, man, I don't remember a whole lot about the rest of that night. It's kind of like,
How could you?
oh my gosh,
4 cases, my goodness.
Yeah, drink, boss, drink, you drink,
Well, hey, that's good. You had a good relationship with him coming in the door because, as we discussed here with Bam Bam, maybe having some issues. I know that Big John Studd experienced some really bad issues with him to the point where I believe that he was a big reason why Studd wound up leaving the territory. So it's, he's not a guy that you want to be on the bad side of. And it sounds like you had a good early start with him.
Oh, yeah, I did. I really did. So.
Well, Ted, we're here. It's February 5th, 1988, and we're live in prime time on NBC. Man, such an exciting time. And we've got an interesting note from the February 15th Observer that I wanted to read because I'd love to hear your take on this. The result of the main event with Hulk Hogan losing to Andre the Giant was pretty well known within wrestling circles, to the point where it was so well known, I figured it was a false plant. Actually, here in the Bay Area, it was hard not to know the results ahead of time, being that several radio stations had already reported the title change starting as early as Monday, and that the San Jose Mercury ran a story on Friday morning in the front page of the sports section detailing that Andre was going to beat Hogan to set up WrestleMania. The reason all this became public knowledge was Titan had already sent advertising agencies info on WrestleMania IV with the slogan, "Hogan tries to regain the title." So it's before the main event ever even airs, it's out there that that Hogan's going to lose the belt. As an old school guy, Ted, and this is still the era of kayfabe. How did you feel? Did you hear about any of this?
I didn't hear about any of that. But I mean, again, by this time, though, the thing that had changed here's the thing. Growing up in the wrestling business like I did, and being old school like I was, the whole thing about okay, it's kind of like when you watch a magician, you watch a magic act. Now that guy couldn't really make that bird disappear,
right?
But he did. So where the heck it was the wonder. It was the how did they do it? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But with wrestling, it was like, as realistic as we tried to make it, and we did in many cases make it very realistic. Oftentimes to the point where you would actually really, like my dad and Dory Funk Sr., that one match that they had, they legitimately stood in the ring and let each other hit him.
Ooh.
I mean, they had they had pictures of him in the paper the next day where Dory Sr. had a big eye, and there was a great big bruise under my dad's chin or under his cheek, things like that. But now we're living in an era of Vince McMahon has basically announced to the world, yeah, we're sports entertainment. So what? We're good. And so I think that takes a little bit of the edge off of, Andre the Giant, this great big monster. You know what I mean?
That's a cool perspective, and I have not heard the Magic comparison. I mean, you're right. Anytime I see David Copperfield do his shtick, I'm not like, holy shit, this guy's like a wizard. I'm like, oh man, it's just fun to watch. It's fun to see how he pulls this off. So no, that's a really good comparison.
And so like it's kind of like watching your favorite soap opera, or TV show. It's like it's a show, but if the actors in the show are so good at what they do that they draw you into the story. It's kind of like I love to go to the movies, but man, I see a really good movie, a movie that can make me angry, a movie that can make me laugh, a movie that can bring me to tears. Those are the movies that I remember, and that's because the actors on stage are that good that you're drawn into that story for that time. And it's the same thing with a wrestling match. The really good wrestling matches, like I said, my dad, I mean, I've wrestled hour-long match, 1 hour Broadway. We call it Broadway. In other words, no winner, 1 hour to a draw, and left the ring with like backing out and going, okay, there'll be another time. And for the people to witness that and for you to hold their attention for that length of time, and the give the back and the forth, and some of the greatest matches I've seen were like, I always go to Jack Briscoe when he was world champion. I saw him wrestle both with Dory Funk Jr. and Terry Funk. And some of the matches they had were just unbelievable, hour long. And I mean, I was excited and I was smart. I knew it was a show I was watching. Well, when you walk into a movie, you already know it's a show.
Right.
But if the actors are really good, they draw you into the story. And that's the difference. And it's kind of like that storytelling. And I think for what Vince was wanting to do was to make wrestling, because it was a pretty much, back in that era, pro wrestling was pretty blue collar.
Yes.
It's kind of like now Vince is trying to dress it up and make it more family entertainment.
Used to be a bunch of guys that you'd find in like a bar, and now it's a bunch of guys that you'd find on, in like a Abercrombie catalog.
Yeah.
Well, before we get to Andre and Hogan, Ted, this is something I've been dying to ask you about. You and I talked about it on the phone a little bit, and I know that fans cannot wait to get your opinion on this. So the event opens up with the Honky Tonk Man defending his Intercontinental title against Randy Savage. Savage scores a count-out victory, and it's a pretty unremarkable match in general, except for the fact that Randy was originally set to win the Intercontinental title, according to everything I've heard. In a 2015 interview with Wrestling Inc., the Honky Tonk Man claimed that the original plan at this time was for Savage to become the Intercontinental Champion and for you to become the World Champion. Honky said that he and Vince had a handshake agreement that he would be treated well on TV. So when Honky is pitched the idea of dropping the belt in front of that huge audience on the main event, he shot it down. As a result, Savage is slotted into the world title picture, which leaves you robbed of your planned championship reign. Honky also claimed that due to this, to this day, you still got a little heat with him. So, Ted,
the Honky Tonk Man. I've never had heat with him. It's a business, and the bottom line now, the only thing that could have made heat would have been if something like that had affected my money.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the deal. That's why Pat Patterson came to me and I said, and basically was said, these were the original plans, but what if this happened?
Yeah.
I mean, without going into the thing that I found out later about, he said, what if it backfires on you? You don't win. And in your arrogance, create your own title.
Makes perfect sense.
As soon as he said it, I said, that will put more heat on me than winning the title. It will, because it's long term. It's like, it's almost like this arrogant SOB is thumbing his nose at the world title and creating his own title to be defended whenever and wherever he wants. I mean, it's kind of like, what an arrogant SOB, right? Well, that's the whole point. It's the heat. You know what? And I would say I probably had more heat by creating that new title than and like, again, I said earlier, if I had won the title, I'd have had it, but I wouldn't have had it very long, because the title switch is either going to go back to the original champion.
Yes.
Or a lot of times they'll use the intermittent. They'll let a heel win it, so he can pass it on to the new babyface champion,
a transitionary champion. Yeah.
So
no heat.
I don't care. It's about money.
That's it too.
As long as none of that affected my money, it's like because I was still working on top.
And that's the important thing. And I think that's what a lot of fans tend to lose sight of is they're like, oh, Ted should have had that world title. It's like Ted got paid because he got to work in some main events and was rubbing up against some of the biggest stars in the industry. So like if I'm Ted DiBiase, my mindset is the same as yours, man, where I'm just like, yeah, let's just make sure I get some money. I don't care. Like it's a work. I don't care if I win or lose or whatever happens.
Yeah.
Now let's set the record straight though. Were you told ever told straight up the intention is for you to win the world title?
You know what, Marcus? It was so long ago. I mean, I don't believe I was. I really don't believe I was. I assumed it. You know, I mean, I assumed that like, well, okay, when we go, but again, back to Pat Patterson. And that's what he said to me. I mean, I guess it's a roundabout way of telling me. But he said, you know, everybody's assuming that because of what happened, you're the top heel and everything. You know, it's like it's almost like the smart wrestling fans are calling the shot, and you're gonna win this tournament, and have the run with Hogan, and it backfires on you.
And honestly, end of the day, it's kind of a better story. It really is.
It is. Well, and that's the deal. Because guess what? I still worked with Hogan. Not only did I work with Hogan, I worked with Savage, and Andre and I had tag team matches against Hogan and Savage. And it was all about making the money. So yeah, I mean, I guess there's a part of me that says, okay, you know, you're a guy who could have been a world champion. Well, a world champion in a make-believe story. You know, now back into the NWA type deal, the NWA world champion. Now he had to be the caliber of a wrestler who could work with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody, he's, you know, like as that champion, you're going to go to the territories and you're going to wrestle with the top babyface in that territory, and you got to make him shine. You got to make him look really good, you know, and you got to be able to do that. Well, I get that, you know, but this is a different beast. You know, this is like, you know, wrestling has become family entertainment, almost half-heartedly cartoon. I mean, I'm walking out there, you know, in a suit with a valet, but when the suit comes off, you know, we have the match, and
you're all business.
Again, it's all business.
Yep.
That's it. It's, you know, at the end of the day, it's not about whether you know. I would rather not have the belt and have more money.
That's it too. I would be the highest paid job guy in wrestling if I got that option. Yeah, no problem. Hey, so I did want to ask, and you mentioned it, you know, it's wins and losses, it's a belt that's kind of given to you, etc. I'm curious about your perspective on the Honky Tonk Man kind of refusing to drop the Intercontinental title. You know, I've spoken to Jake about it, and he says that he feels it's kind of the mark of an insecure performer. Like, look, it's a belt, it's a loss in storyline. It doesn't really matter. What do you think about that? You know, Honky was saying that he felt it would hurt him in front of this big TV audience and maybe destroy his credibility for other promotions. What do you think?
I think, well, I just think that's, you know, he's telling you straight up what he was afraid of.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that would be that's a lack of confidence in his own ability. You know, it's kind of like, at the end of the day, it's a work. It's, you know, I mean, you know, whether you have that belt or whether or that title, or whether you don't have that title, you know, it's how you perform in the ring, and you know, and how many butts you can put in the seats. So
couldn't agree more.
When it starts affecting that, you know, that's when you got to worry.
Couldn't agree more. And Ted, without any further ado, we're on to the reason why we're here. It's Hogan and Andre on Primetime, and it's a storyline that's considered one of the best in wrestling history. It's available on WWE Network, but I think if our listeners just Googled it, they could probably find the footage pretty easily. This is going to be our second and final clip this week.
Hogan goes for the leg. Wait a minute, Virgil grabbed his ankle. Referee sting. Here comes the Hulkster. Yes, covering. 1, 2, 3,
No.
4.
Virgil's got the referee tied up. Dave Hebner is over there warning Virgil.
Give me a break. Come on, referee, turn around. Hulkster had Andre the Giant pinned. 1, 2, 3. He had him from behind. Andre now, but maybe Lady Luck riding on his shoulders here tonight.
One headbutt. A second headbutt.
Andre spins a Hulkster around. Suplex right on top of him.
He's on him.
1. We get a 2. That's it. We got him.
He got him. He got him.
No, he didn't.
The referee counted 3. We've got a new world champion.
No, we don't either.
I told it, McMahon. I told you. I told the world that the Giant would win it.
No, sir. That can't be.
I don't ever want to hear you doubt me again, McMahon. Never, ever again.
Dave Hebner, the referee, is outside. He has the championship belt, I believe, in his hands. Hulkster's looking down at him. He can't believe it. He's saying it was only 2. He can't be giving the title to Andre. He can't be.
Hebner counted 3. In wrestling, you don't go by instant replays. This ain't football. It's the referee's decision.
I can't believe what a stupid mistake that was. I can't believe that.
The guy's only human, McMahon.
No,
He's just a referee.
he can't be. He's going to present it. He presents it to Andre. Raises his hand.
We have a new world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this bout.
No.
And new World Wrestling Federation Heavyweight Champion, Andre the Giant.
That can't be.
There he is, the new world heavyweight champion. The myth of Hulk Hogan's over.
Well, you are the new World Wrestling Heavyweight Champion.
This is no surprise. I told you I was going to win the World Tag Team Championship. And now, I surrender the World Tag Team Championship to Ted DiBiase.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Andre. What are you saying? You surrender the title to
Yes,
Ted
sir. And this is the new
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Oh, I can't believe it, ladies and gentlemen.
Hulkster is coming over. He's coming after him. That referee made the stupidest decision. I can't believe it. $1 Million Man with a championship. That's not legal, I don't think.
I don't know. We'll have to wait with Jack Tunney on that one. I'm not sure if Andre could just give the championship away. But one thing's for certain, referee Dave Hebner made his decision. He's standing by it, and we have a new World Wrestling Federation heavyweight
What's going on in the ring? What is going on in the ring? Wait a minute. Is that Dave Hebner? Or is that Dave Hebner?
How could there be 2 Dave Hebners?
Look at these guys.
Wait a minute.
They look just alike. They look just alike.
The guy on the right's Hebner, isn't it?
The guy on the left is Hebner.
Wait, though. The guy on the right is.
Wait a minute. The Hulkster's coming over to figure out which the official referee assigned was a man by the name of Dave Hebner. I can't believe we're looking at 2 Dave Hebners. What's going on here?
There's 2 Dave Hebners.
What's going on? The Hulkster's trying to find out who the real Dave Hebner is. Who's the real Dave Hebner? You tell me, Jesse Ventura, and what is going on here?
I think it's the one on the left. I think the Dave Hebner, I don't know who the imposter is. Look at these 2.
Well, they're each one.
They look like identical twins.
My favorite part of this whole thing is coming up.
Move on the right hand. No, I can't believe it.
Well, that shows you who Hebner is.
Yeah. The one in the ring took the money. It had to be. There has to be some chicanery going on around here. Has to be something with $1 Million Man. I wonder what they did with the real Dave Hebner to keep him out of the match.
I don't care what, though, but Hogan is not allowed to manhandle referees like this.
I don't believe that man's a legal official. Dave Hebner.
What are you
is a
talking
legal
about?
official.
He just did the match. How could he not be an official?
Hulk Hogan. And I don't know whether that, oh, wait a minute. Coming back. Oh, look at this. Whoever that man is, he's high above the air. The Hulkster knows. Look out.
So Earl Hebner gets absolutely fucking launched out of that ring.
He did.
You guys were there. You guys were there, but he was over your heads. I mean, are you picturing disaster in front of 33 million?
Oh, well, you know, I knew when they called that spot, I said, wow. It was, it worked out. I was just, you know, I was a little bit worried about him launching him like that, but he did it, and it worked out.
Man, incredible. I mean, what a historic moment. A lot of people point to this as the greatest storyline in the history of wrestling. How do you feel?
Gosh, I don't know. I've seen a lot of storylines, but I mean, yeah, I mean, well, yeah, the intrigue, the fact that, you know, you show up, you know, you keep going when you listen. I didn't know until that night that Dave Hebner had a twin brother.
Oh, you didn't know?
I didn't know. No, I didn't know till I didn't know. None of us knew till that night just exactly how it was going to end. And you know, when with the deal with the two referees, it was just, it was classic. It was classic.
It was cool. And backstage, Hogan is saying, like, he starts referencing that you paid for plastic surgery for someone to look like Dave Hebner. But then the whole thing is just kind of quietly dropped off TV. They don't really mention it again. Like, it was just, that was the story and that's it.
Yeah.
Do you feel like a little meat was left on the bone? We could have pursued this a little bit further.
I don't know. I don't. Oh, you mean with the referee thing?
Yeah.
Well, you know, anything with the referee deal would be, you don't want to take anything away from the heat with the two people in you know, with Hogan, me, Savage, the whole deal there.
I agree. And look, the story is going to continue next week. I've got one more question for you. And next week, by the way, we got a ton of fan questions. We'll answer them all next week at the conclusion of the WrestleMania IV episode. Last question for this week. How critical was this story for your career?
Oh my gosh. I mean, it was the story that launched me. I mean, I had, you know, when they did all the vignettes, you know, like introducing me as the $1 Million Man, the guy with all the money, and how I would cheat people and I would laugh at them and all that other stuff. But now when it gets down to the nitty gritty, yeah, the setup for WrestleMania IV and then even WrestleMania IV. I mean, there's a lot of people that have wrestled in a WrestleMania, but not too many people actually had 3 matches in the same WrestleMania, and I did, you know. And then Randy and I, you know, that was the other thing. WrestleMania IV is the first time Randy and I had ever touched. We had never wrestled each other before that night. And it was great.
We're talking, of course, about WrestleMania IV. And this week, we're starting out with Meltzer going out of his way to put you over again. Following a house show match with you and Virgil facing Hogan and Bigelow, we have this in the February 15th Observer. Without question, DiBiase is the single most perfect opponent for Hogan in this country as far as working. He has this knack for getting the most out of Hogan. So, Ted, we discussed it last week on the podcast. Hogan wasn't necessarily considered the best ring technician out there, but you were at the top of your game. Did you feel like there was some kind of a trick to getting the best out of Hogan, or what was your method when you climb into the ring with him?
Not really. I never had any problem with the Hulkster, and it was kind of like, it's, I guess, in terms of wrestling psychology, how do you as a heel, work with a big guy?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the deal. It's kind of like, Hulk Hogan is not a guy who should ever be doing hip tosses and reverse arm locks and on the mat wrestling. I mean, that's not what big guys do. And so, I try to tailor my match with him and anybody else that size. It's kind of like, it's like I look at it from a realistic view. If I get in the ring with this guy and we lock up, and then I would have him I said, push me off, and he'd push me off, and man, I'd take a bump and get back up to my feet and go, whoa, and then circle around and make it obvious to the people that I'm thinking. I'm thinking like, what do I have to do to get this guy, or I would, I'd grab a headlock on him, and he'd actually push me off of a headlock or pick me up and kind of toss me away. And anyway, it was just the psychology of it. But I never had any trouble with the Hulkster in terms of what he could do and what he couldn't do. And with anybody that I wrestled, I always looked at that. I mean, I would, and this is old school, I would study guys. I would go and watch guys that I knew I was about to have, matches with. If I hadn't wrestled them. And I saw what they did well, and I saw what they didn't do so well. And I would incorporate all the things that I knew they could do well into the match. And I would try to stay away from things that, either I thought they shouldn't be doing as a big guy or weren't or didn't do very well. And so that was just the way that's old school psychology, and it works. So.
Man, I want our listeners to think about that for a second, because, I don't suppose, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I would not guess that there were a lot of guys back in your era who were sitting down and watching film of their opponents. It was kind of like it seems like a chaotic, like, okay, you get to TV, hey, you're working with this guy, you go out there and you work with the guy, and next thing you know, you're in a program with him, and really, like, everybody's trying to get to the next town. But here you are, you're studying film on the guy. Did a lot of people do that?
Well, it wasn't so much me studying film. I mean, if there was a show on, I would watch. But I mean, in the arenas and at the TVs or wherever I could, when I knew I was going to, that I was going in that direction, that I'd be in the ring with him, and I would just study him. I'd go and watch the matches. It's kind of like, it's funny. I always did that. I mean, it was just an old school thing. I would always go out and watch the match right before my match. And people said, why? I said, so I wouldn't repeat what they did. If they had, and they were, like, just for a small example, like, one guy in the match was, like working the arm, like, he's got his arm and he's doing these things that involve the arm and or he worked a headlock or he worked a leg. Well, I would not work those body parts. I would go somewhere else. I would try to make my match, unique,
different, stand out. And man, no wonder Meltzer is putting you over as being such a great wrestler. Like you're kind of going above and beyond here. That's really fascinating. We talked about Hogan here a second ago, and I wanted to ask, Would you're paired up with Randy Savage, and all's well that ends well because you guys had put on a hell of a match, and as you mentioned, it's the first time you got to work with him, and it was great. But on the surface, when you're finding out you're working with Savage as opposed to being, in the main event of WrestleMania against Hogan, would there have been any disappointment?
Well, WrestleMania IV actually ended up being Savage,
Mm-hmm.
and it was the main event because we ended up being the last two guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's when we had that match, and at WrestleMania IV, Savage wins, becomes the world champion, and I go on that run. But the thing is, Hogan was involved. I mean, a lot of the matches that I had, what it was a lot of Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan against Andre the Giant and Ted DiBiase.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't. Again, I look at it. It's kind of like, maybe I sound like the $1 Million Man now. I look at it from the financial view.
Right.
What is going to make me the most money? Would a run with the world title make me a little more money? It might have, but it would have been very short lived. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
As a heel, now if I was a baby face, if I was a Randy Savage, and actually I'm the guy who turned Randy Savage babyface.
Right.
Because up until that time, he was a bad guy. And so then, when he beat me and he became champ, then he became a babyface, and that would be different. But as a heel, I study my opponents, and that's what it's about.
Fascinating and a cool perspective. I think that a lot of people on the surface would have said like, man, it's Hogan was the biggest star in the industry, and I would have liked to have worked with him in the main event. However, just from a financial standpoint, as you pointed out, it's like, look, you're the heel in the main event at WrestleMania, so either way, you're walking away with probably a pretty nice paycheck. So yeah, really, really nothing to complain about.
Now, the only money money lost, obviously, if you're the world champion, I guess there's some extra bucks that come along with being that. But like I said before, I wouldn't have been that champion very long. Because again, Vince McMahon had made wrestling family entertainment, and I started getting it. It's like, and once I started to understand what he was doing, I said, this is a stroke of genius, really. He's taken wrestling, which was pretty much you weren't going to see a lot of polo shirts and khaki pants at the wrestling matches. It was like that. It wasn't that type of deal. And what what do you call it? Wrestling was blue collar crowd form of entertainment.
Yes.
Up until Vince McMahon taking it and targeting children with it, and making action figures and all that stuff. And of course, if you have a good guys, you got to have your bad guys too for them to battle. And so I got that, and I understood that had I won the world title, I was going to keep that very long, because the kids, the market now that the Vince is targeting, they want the champion to be their hero.
A cool perspective, like a businessman's perspective on it. You're thinking with your head instead of your heart, and I think that's awesome and pretty rare, really, when it comes to wrestling.
Well, you got to get your ego out of it. That's it's a business, and I'm in the business to make money. So.
Well, perfectly said, like the $1 Million Man. The February 22nd Observer is the first time that Dave mentioned the tournament concept for WrestleMania. I've heard some people say over the years that they love tournaments, while others say they're pointless because, you get to the final couple matches or rounds, and that's when you can really pay attention. What do you think of the tournament concept overall?
I really don't know. I've never really thought that hard about it. But a tournament could be exciting. if you put the right people against each other, and as a fan, you're watching that and you're going, okay, and because the fans do that, they go, here's what I think is going to happen. This guy's going to beat this guy. This guy's going to beat that guy. It's going to end up these two guys, and then you watch to see if what you think is what really happens. In that way, it's like I think it's pretty cool, but it wouldn't be something I would do all the time. But in this instance, it fit.
Well, I did want to ask too, when it comes to this tournament concept, all of a sudden, Ted, you're looking at working 3 times in one night to do this tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, how did you feel about it? In your head, are you already thinking like, yeah, I'm probably going to get a larger payday because I'm putting in extra work?
Well, I don't know if I thought of it that way, but I mean, I just had to gear up for it. I mean, here's what I said to a lot of people. I go, it's really cool for a lot of guys that are in the business that, worked hard to get there and everything. And they said, I got to wrestle at WrestleMania. I said, but not very many of them can say, I got to wrestle 3 times in one WrestleMania. So
yeah, I mean, it's incredible, and it speaks a lot to how Vince viewed you, being able to kind of carry the load like that. I mean, I'm trying to think if anybody else has ever done 3. Maybe Daniel Bryan. I can't remember. WrestleMania 30. I don't remember if he worked 2 or 3, but man, it's remarkable to be sure. In the February 29th Observer, Meltzer makes mention that while Vince has all hands on deck promoting WrestleMania IV, Jim Crockett Promotions just announced a TV special that will run at the same time. This would, of course, be the first Clash of the Champions featuring Flair and Sting on top in what would be a classic bout. So, Ted, here you are. You're in the biggest wrestling promotion in the world, and you're about to main event the biggest show of the year. And now JCP is about to steal a big chunk of the audience with a free offering to counter WWF's pay-per-view. Would you have been disappointed hearing the news, or did you even hear about it at the time?
I don't. In my opinion, it didn't affect us that much. I mean, the WWF at the time was so strong. I mean, I wasn't concerned about it. I mean, actually, I was glad they were doing that, and because here's the thing. Competition is always good for business.
Yes.
And and competition is also always good for the wrestlers. Because if you've got competition and somebody's nipping your heels, then the guy in charge is also going to pay you a little bit better to get the best out of you. So, in other words, if you get paid better, obviously that's the best way to make sure that guy doesn't leave you.
Yes.
So anyway, it was good for the guy. It was good for talent.
Well, I mean, we look at the Monday Night Wars, and business was as hot as it's ever been because of the competition.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's a great example.
Right. Yeah. And but Vince is here actively trying to eliminate competition himself. Famously in the fall of '87, Vince would create the Survivor Series concept to counter JCP's Starrcade. And then again in January of '88, JCP is running a bunkhouse stampede, and Vince created the Royal Rumble and put it on TV to distract from them. So he's going as far as issuing ultimatums to cable providers, saying that if they carried JCP's pay-per-views, that he would not allow them to carry WrestleMania. So I mean, Ted, you grew up in the business and you cut your teeth in the territories. And here's, your new boss is essentially trying to create a monopoly in professional wrestling. What did you think of that on the surface?
I don't know. I was like, I got it. I never talked a whole lot about it, but I always felt like, well, I'm glad we're having a war. I said, because competition is always it's always good for business, and it's good for everybody's business.
For sure.
In other words, whoever the underdog is in that, more power to him too, because now fans are going to have a choice, and it's going to make both companies work harder to earn that dollar. And hey, like what made America great? Competition.
That's it.
It's like there wasn't, nobody had a monopoly. Of course, people have tried to make monopolies. Maybe that's what Vince was trying to do. But in reality, having competition was good for him, I think.
Yeah, and it's look, if it could have stayed with punch counter punch back and forth between the two, I think long term success was inevitable. But after a while, JCP just couldn't counter punch anymore. Vince just outdid them in every way, shape, and form. So I mentioned Flair a moment ago, and Meltzer had this to say at around this time. I thought it was interesting. I wanted to hear your take on it. On his good nights, Ted may be the best worker in the U.S., but for night after night consistency, he can't touch Flair. So that's just Dave's opinion. But you and Flair are about to be on opposing main events. So I'm curious, how would you have compared yourself to the Nature Boy as a worker at this time?
I would compare myself with him. I mean, I would say I'm on an equal level with him. I mean, I would not. I understood that, like when you're, like I said in the last podcast, when you're the champion, especially when it was the NWA world title, the NWA was like there was, the WWF was basically, well, until Vince made the move and went national, and he told everybody, he went around to all those promotions and said, here's what I'm about to do. I'm giving you an opportunity to join me. And if you don't want to join me, that's okay. But just, I'm coming. He told the whole wrestling world.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you're the NWA world champion, and that champion would go to all the territories and wrestle basically the top baby faces in those territories. And his job was to make that guy.
Yes.
It's like he doesn't lose the belt, but he makes that guy look like the champion. And you got to know what to do, and every guy you work with is going to have a different style, and just so you know, my name was in that hat.
Yes,
my name was in the hat. It was me, Dusty, and Flair, and Dusty and Flair both in it of being the champion, for the NWA, and I didn't because I left and went to New York.
Right. I don't know how many of our listeners know that.
I don't know that I would agree with who said that about me.
Dave Meltzer, and I don't agree either. As somebody who has watched both of your work from this era, I honestly believe, and I'm going to sound biased because I'm your co-host here, but I honestly believe that you were the best worker on the face of the planet at this time. Your character tends to kind of overshadow everything. Everybody just remembers your laugh and the suits and the $1 million belt and everything. Guys, I would urge you to go back and watch Ted in 1988 and watch the kind of work that he was doing. He was incredible. You were putting in incredible work, and so I don't agree with it either. I know that Flair is often revered, but no, you were right there.
And hey, listen, Rick and I are good friends, and he was definitely, yeah. I mean, he had it, no doubt. And but and here's the other thing, but even if you watch Flair enough, there are certain things Flair does in every match, and it's kind of like I can see him coming, that at some point he's going to do this thing, and he's going to take a face bump, and he goes to the top rope, and you're no, then somebody's going to slam him off of it. And, there's just things that I see him do that I saw him do in all of his matches, but again, but no, I mean. For consistency and being the guy, and I tell you what, being the world champion was tough because your match almost every night was an hour long.
Right.
You were going to go an hour, and unless you beat somebody, you were going to go an hour with whoever that guy was. So you had to be in great shape to do it, and Rick did it well. I have
And to his credit, when you're going from territory to territory, as you mentioned, you're not working with Steamboat every night.
No.
Sometimes you're coming into territories and it's just some dude who happens to be the best guy there, who is who couldn't lace your boots. So yeah, it's kudos to Flair, but man, it's again, folks, go and watch Ted in '88. He was phenomenal. So as we inch closer to WrestleMania, here's another tidbit, March 3rd Observer, and I'd like to hear your take on it. Let me preface this by saying that Meltzer is kind of he baby faces you. He goes heel on this a little bit. So I'm interested to hear how you feel by the end of it. A few weeks back, virtually everyone inside was saying that Ted DiBiase would win, which makes sense since it sets up Titan's 8/29 pay-per-view card in which Ted can drop the title to Hogan. However, even though I fully agree that DiBiase is the best wrestler in the WWF and probably the best at this stage of his career of anyone who has worked for Titan in 15 years, he can't draw as champion. That may be immaterial since Titan can't draw for months after WrestleMania anyway, and at certain times of the year, really can only draw when Hogan is on the card. So there may be no answer to Titan's summer drawing problems for this year anyway. So he continues, DiBiase didn't draw in his 1 week dry run as champion in California, traditionally Titan's hottest corner of the U.S., aside from the Northeast. And his main event last Monday at the Garden with Bam Bam Bigelow drew the smallest MSG crowd in years. Still, nobody but Hogan himself is going to sell out buildings at this summer. So again, just Meltzer's opinion.
But the thing about that is that nobody recognized me as the real champion.
Right.
You understand?
Yes.
I mean, that's the deal. I mean, I have the belt, but I didn't have the belt because I beat Hogan. I had the belt because I bought it from Andre, as the storyline went. So that, you can't forget about that when you're looking at this.
We have to put it into context.
Yeah, you got to put it into context. Like nobody saw me as the real world champion. Now, if I had gone out there and had a match, like a single match with Hogan, and we go neck and neck, and we put in the time, and somehow I win, then I think then I think I would have had that crowd
for sure.
But just to say that, based on what he's saying, let's say I couldn't draw, that's ridiculous.
Agree. It's kind of like an elementary school way to look at it, like just very basic, bland, without taking the full thing into context. I do want to ask, and he mentioned it here, and I think that you and I touched on it lightly last week. But you would wear the belt at a handful of untelevised events in some big cities, and you're introduced by the ring announcer as the WWF champion. Yeah. And years later, Vince would do the same thing with Luger as well, to get a gauge for how the audience would react to seeing him with the belt. Yeah. I know we all know how it turned out. You wound up being the $1 Million champion. It was way better. But at this time, did you feel like Vince was trying to assess you as his champion during these appearances?
I never really thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I knew what we were doing, and I knew that they were gonna, what was coming. Like, well, you didn't really win the belt, so we're gonna have this tournament.
Right. Well, and just to put things into further context with the Meltzer remarks, he relies on secondhand information for almost everything. Where somebody's telling him, "Hey, here's what the reaction was like at this house." So it's again, he's not putting it into context. He's relying on secondhand information. So I want to hear your recollection of it. Do you remember what kind of reactions you were getting from the crowd when you came out with the belt? A lot of heat?
Oh yeah, of course, a lot of heat. Because everybody knew. It's kind of like you didn't win it.
Right.
It's like my whole thing in the character of the $1 Million Man is I'm going to prove to you that I can buy anything, including the world title. And so Andre's going to beat Hogan. I'm going to be the champion because he's going to sell me the title. That was the story, and that's what we ran with. And again, like I said, we ended up in a lot of. Now, when it got to be Hogan and Savage against Andre and Ted, that was big. That was huge. Again, it's like. Regardless of what Meltzer says. And again, it's always a vote. And the WWF took off and became this superpower that, I mean, basically all of the territories went away. But there's a whole lot of wrestlers and there were a whole lot of territories. And when it came down to who's going to be the next NWA World Heavyweight Champion, there were only 3 names in the hat.
Yep.
DiBiase, Dusty Rhodes, and Ric Flair. And Dusty and Rick both ended up having that. I didn't, because I went to New York.
But you, in all likelihood, would have. I know that
exactly.
I know that that's how they viewed you, and yeah, I think that that's kind of an underrated part of this whole story, and it's something we're gonna discuss eventually in long form whenever we talk about your arrival in the WWF in '87. But before he was going to the WWF, Ted had an offer from JCP, and I believe that you had agreed, kind of in principle on the surface, to join them, and then Vince all of a sudden said, "Hey, I've got this really incredible gimmick, and I want to talk to you about it." And next thing you know, you're headed off to New York. But I've heard Flair say it. I've heard a lot of people say it. Not only would you have been champion, but Flair himself has even said, like, I wanted Ted to be in the 4 Horsemen.
Yeah. I mean, and the other thing that was going on at that time is I had this tremendous deal in Japan.
Yes.
I mean, I was Stan Hansen and Bruiser Brody were probably 2 of the biggest gaijin foreign wrestlers ever in Japan.
Yep.
I mean, they were huge. And then Brody jumped ship and went from All Japan to New Japan, and Stan needed a new partner, and he came to me. And he says, "Ted," he says, "Yeah, you want the job?" I said, "Hell yeah, let's do it." And I put on the chaps and the vest and the whole deal. I don't know if anybody's seen that. I don't know if you can find a picture of that. But but I did that. And of course, that was going on. And I can remember sitting in the back of the Houston Coliseum talking to Bruce Pritchard, and I was getting ready to go to Japan. And Bruce said, "Well," he says, I'm gonna fly up to New York, and see about getting a job up there next week." And I just said, hey, Bruce," I said, "throw my name out. They know me up there. I was there once, back, it was back when Vince Sr. was still the boss, but they know me. See if they're interested." I remember coming back to the hotel in Tokyo from one of the trips, and at the front desk, I had a message, and it said, "Call Bruce Pritchard ASAP." And so I called Bruce, and he said, "Not only is he interested, he's extremely interested." And he said, "So whatever you do." And the other thing that happened on that trip, when I went to Japan, was when I got back to Mid-South, Bill Watts had sold his territory to Crockett.
Right. And
so, and then that's the other thing I was told. He says, "Do not do a job for anybody, because you're, until this thing is settled." And so, I had my allegiance was to Bill Watts, and because he saw it coming. That's how smart Bill was. He said, I didn't have the wherewithal or the money to fight Vince. It was just too big. And so he says, I got out and I sold out. But that was the deal. It's like, whatever you do not sign a contract with Jim Crockett or that organization until you have a chance to talk to Vince McMahon. And the rest is history.
Man, I cannot wait to talk about the final days of the UWF or Mid-South or whatever you want to call it, and your entry into the WWF. Before we move on, though, I did want to mention something that let's hammer home this point. Ted is in Japan replacing Bruiser Brody, and so like Bruiser Brody was a massive star. So is Stan Hansen. And so for Ted to get that spot, I mean, you want to talk about a vote of confidence for you to become Stan Hansen's tag team partner? Absolutely huge, isn't it?
Yeah, it was huge. It was huge. I mean, and I was, I'd been making annual trips to Japan. I'd make one trip to Japan a year. And then, but when this thing came up, and when Stan approached me about it, he said, "Look, I need a new partner, and I want to know if you'd be interested." I said, "Are you serious?" I mean, here's the deal. If I'd have taken that and kept it, I could have been like Stan. I could have just gone to Japan 5 or 6 times a year, and I would have made big money. I mean, I was uh, okay back then. Now this what year was that? 80 what?
87.
Okay, I was making $1,000 a night in Japan.
That is big money. And I mean, that's big money now for most
Yeah.
households. 1987, holy smokes.
Yeah, and so, but the other thing that I had to consider was just that. It's like if I'm going to remain a name, or if I'm going to be relevant in my own country, then I have no choice but to go to work for Vince.
Yep.
And like I said, when I got that message from Pritchard, he said, "Man, he's really interested in you." And I said, "Great." And so I went back and waited for the call and took the trip to New York, and the rest is history.
Man, you got the gimmick that Vince has often said that he would have taken himself if he had been able to be a professional wrestler.
I said it. I told everybody, I said, if Vince could have been a character in his own show, he'd have been me.
Yeah.
He would have been the $1 Million Man.
Just awesome. And I mean, what a cool position for you to be in. And here you are in another great position. It's again, for full context, you are not even a full year into your run with the WWF, and you're about to headline WrestleMania in Atlantic City. You're set for one of the biggest nights of your career, Ted. And before we get into it, though, I do want to ask, had you seen WrestleMania 3, that huge spectacle at the Silverdome?
I didn't see it. I didn't. I've never gone back and watched the whole show. I've seen segments of it, but I still remember. I'm not sure what town I was in. I was in Mid-South somewhere, but I still remember opening my my hotel room door, and there was a newspaper. And I picked that newspaper up. It says WWF sets indoor world attendance record. 93,000 people at the Pontiac Silverdome. And that's when I said, I said it right then. I said, if I'm going to remain relative in the business, then I'm going to have to go to work for Vince.
So, I mean, incredible, Ted. You get this newspaper and it says 93,000 people at the Pontiac Silverdome. And then a year later, here you are, and you yourself are at WrestleMania. However, there's a bit of a difference. It was at the Pontiac Silverdome for WrestleMania 3, but now it's at the Trump Plaza, which seats less than 20,000 people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I was kind of like, really? We're going to have WrestleMania here? I was preparing myself for, oh, gosh, man, we're going to really blow this thing up. But,
right. Massive.
Not only was WrestleMania 4 there, WrestleMania 5, wasn't it?
Yeah. WrestleMania 5 was there too. Yep.
Yeah. And that's the first time I met Donald Trump.
So you mentioned it, and that's one of our fan questions this week. But let's just hit it right now. Any interactions with Donald Trump? What do you remember?
Not really. I don't know how long that Vince and he knew each other, or maybe it was because of considering having the match there that he got aligned with Trump. But actually, no. I met the guy, and he was very cordial and everything, and I said, I just jokingly said, obviously you are the real version of me. And he got a chuckle out of that. So, but no, it was good.
Well, look, folks, political preferences aside, we won't get into all that. However, I mean, you met, shook hands with, talked with a future president of the United States. I mean, it's incredible, no matter how you slice it. Really cool. Well, there's another factor to consider here when it comes to the casino, and that's what's called a casino buy. The casino bought a bunch of seats in the arena to give away to high rollers, including premium seats that were at ringside. So the result is an audience that's composed of a lot of people that weren't necessarily wrestling fans. And so, I mean, you worked the second match that night with our mutual friend Jim Duggan. Did you notice that the crowd was a little less enthusiastic, or what was your feel for it?
I didn't notice any difference. I really didn't. I didn't. I really didn't notice any difference at all.
Well, let me say, I went back and watched the event, and for your matches, certainly the main event, the crowd is absolutely electric. It really is. However, Jake and I covered WrestleMania IV on a recent episode of our podcast, The Snake Pit, and during his match, they were dead. And they were kind of booing. Now, look, I think Jake shoulders a little bit of the blame for that, but he shouldn't. It's not his fault because there's also 16 matches on this card. So,
well, yeah, and again, taking nothing away from Jake. Jake's one of the greatest workers of all time.
Yes,
and but again, the story, going into WrestleMania. Didn't involve him. The big story going into WrestleMania involved me. The fact that, the whole deal with Andre getting the belt and presenting it to me, and then they take it away from me, and, the whole tournament deal, so, I would say that is one of the reasons that I got a lot more response, because I was one of the key players of WrestleMania IV.
yes, and also you're not just the hottest heel in the WWF. You could make an argument that you were the hottest heel in the entire wrestling industry. So, I mean, you are going to get reactions when you're coming out because people wanted to see you lose. But here, you're just kind of out wrestling, out thinking people on the way to this, through this tournament to claim this title.
Yeah.
So it was a cool story. So it's hard to blame fans for getting so into it.
Yeah.
So JCP did wind up hurting you guys a little bit. The buy rate was down from the year prior pretty significantly. And one cable TV operator said something to the effect of that idiot McMahon devalued his own attraction by not putting Hulk Hogan in the main event. So I don't really know about how accurate that statement was. But I do want to ask you, knowing that you won't be standing across from Hogan in the main event, and we kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, not really all that disappointed, right? Like, because you're like, hey, look, it's about the money. It's not necessarily about the spectacle.
See, and here's the thing. See, I know that was, you heard that from a fan's perspective.
Like a cable TV operator, who's not in the business.
But from a wrestler's perspective, when you know where we're going, it made all the sense in the world.
Right.
Because when WrestleMania is over, and and Randy's the champion now, and then the way things then started to turn out, and the tag matches all over the country, Savage and Hogan, and me and Andre, and basically I really think, I don't know how long had Randy been there.
Gosh, I want to say that Randy showed up in the company in either 84 or 85.
Yeah. But was he, but this was really the jump for him, wasn't it?
It was. This is what launched him into from the mid card into the main event, so to speak.
Right. And again, that's significant. So, the rub I had with Hogan, and then obviously now the rub that I'm having with Savage, and I'm going everywhere. And I'm either main eventing and having rematches with Savage, or I'm having tag team matches, and my partner's the eighth wonder of the world, Andre the Giant. Talk about a rub,
My God,
that all of that helped elevate my persona.
Right. And so huge stars, and Savage was kind of starting to climb the mountain, but pretty soon he's going to have that Slim Jim deal, and all of a sudden his voice is going to be this kind of really iconic thing that's associated with pro wrestling. So it's, to say that you're getting the rub, certainly an understatement. And you're giving the rub to, again, our buddy Hacksaw in the first match. Meltzer suggested that possibly he was working hurt here. What do you remember about working with Jim?
Oh gosh, I've had so many matches with Jim Duggan, and Jim's the best. I mean, he is a great. I mean, to this day, a great friend. I have been concerned about his health, and I think he's doing much better.
He is.
But Duggan and I, we had so much fun in Mid-South. It was just, I don't know. There's a lot of there's a lot of stories there, but he was just. He's just always bigger than life, and ended up being, and when he first started, I mean, I was there, and oh my gosh, it was, you talk about, rough around the edges. There's a guy that had played, played college football, and he had a little bit of pro, right?
Yeah, played for the Falcons briefly.
And then comes into wrestling, and it's kind of like every now and then I'd have to remind me, Jim, it's a work. It's a work.
So look, I don't want to talk about it now because we are going to cover it on an episode. But man, folks, go out of your way to see the tuxedo match between Ted and Duggan because it is something else. We are going to do a full episode on that sometime soon. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, it's great. And look, I love Jim Duggan, such a great person, and he's about to get a big push here in the WWF. He won the first Royal Rumble a couple months earlier, and he's going to knock Andre the Giant out on TV here shortly after this. Hogan's about to leave. He's going to go to Hollywood, I think, for a few months, or he's having a kid. It was something to that effect, where Hogan's going to be gone here after WrestleMania for a while. Did you see potential in Jim being able to maybe carry the banner as a top babyface in the company?
I didn't see it coming, but I mean, yeah, I mean, Jim. I mean, it's all about it's Jim is not a great technical wrestler. I mean, people talk about being a great technician in the ring and all that stuff too. Well, okay, thank you very much. But Jim is bigger than life in terms of charisma. I mean, you can have all that you need, and if you don't have charisma, you got nothing.
Right. Jim
Duggan had charisma, coming out his backside. Just bigger than life, and in person as well.
Hey, a quick aside: did you hear about the home intruder at Jim's house that Jim handled?
Yes, I did. That guy, whoever he was, it's the wrong house.
I don't care how old Jim Duggan is. I don't care if he's just waking up from a nap. Like, give whatever the circumstances are. You don't want to break into that house.
Oh no.
Hilarious. So next you come out for Hogan versus Andre in a match that would end in a double elimination and give you the bye headed into the semifinal round. But before we get to the semifinal, you face Don Morocco with Billy Graham at his side. Your match with Duggan was just over 5 minutes, and it's the same case here with this one. I don't really see us talking about Don Morocco very often on this podcast. What did you think of him?
You know what? I had, and that was one of the few times I ever worked with Don, and I enjoyed it. I mean, it was, yeah, he was good. He was a good guy. I mean, or he wouldn't have been there.
A perfect perspective. If he didn't belong there, he would not have been there. And yeah, I mean, he was a big jacked up guy. He had Billy Graham as his second, who's a huge star. So really kind of a cool thing for you to get to experience. All right, we've arrived at the main event. Bob Uecker is back alongside Vanna White to do the ring introductions. Did you have any interaction with these folks, or were you just too damn busy that day?
No, I just met them and said hello. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, when you're about to go into the biggest match of your career, I don't see you, going around socializing.
No. I mean, I'd had no time for any socializing. I mean, it's like 3 matches, man. Let me tell you. That's what I tell everybody. I said, hey kid, so you wrestled in WrestleMania? I said, yeah, congratulations. Have you wrestled 3 times in one WrestleMania?
Talk to me when you do it.
Who else can Who else do you know that's done that? Not too many.
Well, we've got the final 2 minutes of your final match that evening against Randy Savage. It's our only clip this week. Let's check it out.
Suplex coming up. He nailed him with it. 1, 2, low. Came out the back door.
Well, Macho's got a lot of resilience. He's still kicking out.
Andre complaining to the referee about the count.
Remember, this match is no time limit. It'll go till there's a winner.
Absolutely. Scoop up by DiBiase, slam. Going to the outside, very high.
DiBiase's going to the top. Macho Man beat him.
Oh, he caught him. Beautiful slam. Look at Savage going to the outside. He's up there on the top.
He's going for the elbow.
The flying elbow
He
now.
missed it.
DiBiase out of there.
Macho went too quick for that elbow. He thought he could end it quick. Maybe that's what he has to do. He may not have enough in him. DiBiase going for the sleeper hold.
There it is. He's got it on. But right near the ropes is the Macho Man. Oh, look out. Here comes the Hulkster.
Oh.
Oh, he clobbered a $1 million man. Down he went. The referee did not see it.
That's terrible, Monsoon. I can't believe Hogan would stoop to that level.
DiBiase is out cold. Savage looking around, doesn't know. Now he's going to the outside.
I cannot believe Hogan would stoop to that. Oh!
The flying elbow. Hooks the leg. It's over. We have a new champion. It's bedlam here. It's pandemonium.
A taken victory, though, Monsoon.
And undisputed World Wrestling Federation Heavyweight Champion, Randy Macho Man Savage.
The Macho Man, Randy Savage. The new champion of the World Wrestling Federation.
So there it was.
That was awesome. That was the beginning of one of the best runs I ever had in my life.
It's such a cool moment. A cool moment for Randy. Cool moment for you. It's the main event. Who cares who wins and or loses? It's this awesome moment. You're putting over Savage for what's about to be a big run. And as you said, you're about to start a hell of a run yourself.
Yes.
Man, it was awesome. I don't know about you though, Ted. The ultimate babyface just cheated to win. There, Hulk Hogan used a chair, which it's funny. A lot of fans pointed out over the years, like, man, Hogan kind of cheated a lot. Like he would rake people's backs and rake their eyes and hit them with chairs and stuff. I don't know. It's just funny because he's like the Superman babyface type. So
like a heel,
right? So it's the era of huge guys, and I've heard a lot of people say over the years that Savage, he's skinny. He wasn't this big old jacked up guy. What did you think of him as the new flag bearer for the company?
I thought he was great. Again, is professional wrestling. It's not, you got to look at everything. It's kind of like, and Vince, and that's the other thing is Vince liked big guys. I mean, Andre, Hogan, Vince always liked big, well-built guys, and Savage wasn't, he was well-built, but he wasn't a giant,
lean,
but he had everything else, and it was kind of like I respected his work immensely, and again, he's another guy like me who grew up in the business, whose father was a wrestler, and that's something else that he and I had in common. And so, the same psychology of wrestling we shared, and that was evident in our match. So
it was cool, man. You guys had that kind of kinship as both, a perspective that not a lot of people get to have, grew up in the business, grew up watching it and experiencing it. So really cool. Also, both legitimate, great athletes. He was a great baseball player. You're a hell of a football player. So your relationship with Randy overall, pretty good?
Good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I always got along with Macho Man.
Now, we've heard over the years that maybe he could sometimes be a little possessive when it came to Liz. Did you ever have any experiences there?
I never had any. Well, I mean, how would you feel? It's kind of like, you're married to this beautiful girl, and she's Obviously, they had to have their own place to dress all the time, and all these guys were. I mean, he was. I would say, yeah, Randy was a little possessive, and but as long as I never saw anything come from that. Nothing.
I've kind of heard that it's overblown narrative. People would
Yeah.
say like he would lock her in a closet. To me, it sounds more like she would get her own dressing room and he would stand outside of it to make sure nobody would go inside and look at
Well,
her.
yeah, and that's what anybody would do.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Jake and I say on our podcast all the time that wrestling back in those days was kind of like a pirate ship, and they always say, "Don't bring your wife on the pirate ship."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, right.
And his wife is there, so
Yeah.
that would probably make anybody feel a little bit on edge.
Right.
Overall, Ted, walking back to the dressing room, how did you feel like everything came off?
I was happy. I was happy. I was relieved. Because here's it's kind of like a year earlier. I'm going, man. I need to be working there. I had no idea that I would main event the next WrestleMania, and to have that much responsibility, three matches, and for it to turn out the way it did, I was very happy and extremely relieved. So it was kind of, it's like, man, it's been great, but man, am I glad this is over. The pressure's off for a little while. So
huge, man, huge night. Biggest night of your career, would you say?
One of them for sure. Yeah, one of them for sure. That'd be hard to say.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, but
off the top of your head, gosh, after 20 years in the business, I'm sure it's hard to just narrow it down to one particular night, right?
well, I mean, and I of course to say that, okay, you main evented a WrestleMania, and I think I main evented two. Uh, Me and IRS, had a tag team match against Hogan, and was it Beefcake?
That's right. Yes,
And I can't remember, was that WrestleMania 9
it was at
Yeah.
in Vegas.
in Vegas? Yeah, and that wasn't to me, that wasn't as big a match. And maybe it's because it was a tag, but yeah, that would be another highlight. I mean, obviously, anytime you're in a main event at WrestleMania, it's significant.
So before we get to August 1988, let's look back to some of the build-up to this event. At a taping in late June, which wouldn't air until next month, yourself and Andre attack Randy Savage during an interview while Virgil holds Liz back. This leaves Randy unable to compete with you, so our pal Jake steps in and fights you that night. So, Ted, you'd be making the rounds with Randy here for live events during the build to SummerSlam. Up to this point, you had worked with some really unbelievable performers between Japan and Mid-South. You'd been everywhere. And now here you are working with Randy Savage for what I assume is the first time in your career. What did you think of working with Randy?
I had no problems with Randy. Some people have problems. I've heard people have had problems with Randy, but Randy and I got along enough. We got along fine. Another, well, again, one more example of having something in common. We came from wrestling families.
Yes.
And I think that played into it. But it's kind of like we all contributed. It's kind of like when, the first time that Randy and I think we ever touched was at WrestleMania IV.
Wow.
The main event at WrestleMania IV, first match we ever had. First time we were ever in the ring together, I believe. He would map and for a guy who came from a wrestling background, and he was somebody who liked to map it all out, and I was kind of surprised, but I said, okay. But I'd add a couple things in there. I said, look, as we're doing this, if I have something that comes to mind, give me the grace to, let's do it if it's a spot or whatever, but we're going to always come back to this, And so as long as I gave him that, security, he was fine. And I think that a lot of times that was just it. He was so intent on the match being, like perfect. So
I was going to ask you about that because
Yeah.
that has been the rumor with him and DDP for that matter. And then, the two of those guys work together. So I'm sure they were in heaven because they both love mapping out their matches. But yeah, that had to be quite an adjustment for you going from, being a call it in the ring, let's feel the fans type guy to all of a sudden now you've got to remember a bunch of stuff in a match.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't that hard. I mean, because it was, it was wrestling and it was something I was very familiar with, but, yeah, we did it.
Thank God it's something you're an expert in wrestling. Well, yourself and Savage were in MSG just a few short days after this attack during that promo. And you guys have a cage match that Meltzer referred to as the best match in MSG in years and the best match in the WWF since Savage versus Steamboat at WrestleMania III. We've got the finish of that match here for our first clip.
Virgil interfered and rammed Macho Man on the head.
Oh, he took that full on top of the head.
Flush to the face.
And he's in trouble. And right now, that pendulum is definitely swung, even though Dead DiBiase is not upon his feet.
That's why Elizabeth has to get tougher. She's got to get stronger. She's got to help
Look at
the man.
DiBiase. He's crawling over the top of Macho Man.
Elizabeth,
DiBiase
get over there and help her.
He's nearly out.
It could be the title.
He's
Could be
3
the
quarters
whole
of the way
night.
there. He's practically all the way up. He's gripping those stairs.
Macho Man trying to haul it back in.
There's not a great deal of strength left in those arms. Macho Man is managing to inch him back. Slowly, ever so slowly, but surely. He's struggling hard.
Macho Man is
What an
getting it
effort.
done.
What an effort by the Macho Man. He reached down. He reached down and it came from the soul. It came from the spirit. What an effort. I've never seen it in all my career in wrestling.
They're both on their knees now. Hammer and tongue. Man for man. Macho's got his back to that door. I don't know if he knows it's just there or not.
All right, is Macho Man going to hammer him into the... Oh!
Here they go. Another get him up and run him in again. That's what he needs to do.
Macho's got the energy. Has he got the strength?
Still has to avoid Virgil. Virgil in that corner again.
He needs to grab Virgil's arm and pull him in the cage with him. That's what he needs to do. Punch his lights out.
Check
Look at this. Look at this. We got a fan coming over
There's a
here.
man by the side there.
We got a fan coming over here. Trying to
Well,
interfere.
if that kid down. He was in danger. The kid was in
Yes, he
great
was.
danger there.
Yes, he was. It's just a port.
Oh, look at this. He's into it.
Now.
Double knockout.
Knockout.
Macho's over the top.
It's
He's
over.
on the side.
It's over.
There comes somebody.
He did it.
Macho Man.
He did it. What a turn of events.
Oh, can you imagine that?
Retains his title.
What a fantastic turn of events.
That was a hell of a finish, and what a reaction from that MSG crowd.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's great. I mean, that's the best cage match I ever had. And of course, it used to be I think the old rules for a cage match was, you had to go over the top to the floor.
Yes.
So.
That's what I was going to ask you about here, Ted, is so it used to be, that a cage match, the idea was that somebody kept interfering in the match or whatever. So they're like, well, let's make it so nobody can interfere. Or the heel can't escape. Yeah. It's in a cage now. But now the objective is for the babyface to escape, or for both of you to escape, really. So it's like, I don't know, kind of it's a weird new take on a cage match. What did you think of it?
I liked it. I liked it. I mean, of course, all that time there were several times during the match where, one of us is up and the other guy's down, and it looks like, it looks like I'm going to make it, and then I don't. And it looks like he's going to make it, and he doesn't. And, so it was a lot of suspense. But, I didn't know that. Who was that said that was the best cage match? Or
That was Meltzer, and yeah, he said the best cage match in years and the best match in the WWF since Savage and Steamboat at WrestleMania 3. So I mean, some huge praise. And Meltzer loves your work at this time. You know, he can be critical and he can be off the off base at times, but man, he was a big fan of your work in this era, and it's easy to see why. That was a fun bump you took too after you got slammed into the cage.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, like so I watched that match in its entirety. It's about a 15-minute video. And that crowd is red hot the entire time, the whole time. And obviously that kid tried to jump in there at the end and stop Virgil.
You know when the fans are willing to, hit the ring, then you've got them. And that was, it was like that guy gets up there. I think I was telling Virgil, get rid of this idiot.
I'll tell you what, took some balls actually climbing up the cage to act like you're gonna fight Virgil or whoever.
Oh yeah, any one of us. Yeah,
crazy. It had to be a surreal feeling for you to be working in a world title cage match in one of the most famous arenas in the world, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's I would think that anybody that can say, I main evented at Madison Square Garden in New York City, boom. So,
well, your rivalry with Savage seemingly reached a fever pitch, and so he issues a challenge for SummerSlam, which you and Andre, Heenan, and Virgil respond to in our next clip. Let's have a look at that.
I can't wait.
Now it's time to get the response. The response to the challenge, of course, Brain, from Randy Macho Man Savage.
They gotta
take it. Of course.
I don't think so. I don't know.
He has issued a challenge to meet the tag team to my right. 8th one of the world, Andre the Giant, the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, on Randy Macho Man Savage's team, a partner to be named later, and that is of his choice. The challenge is out, Mr. Heenan. What is your response, please?
I'll tell you exactly what my response is. I've had some lengthy meetings lately with World Wrestling Federation President Jacques. And I have asked for a concession. I have asked for something that needs to be asked for. Now, if Randy Macho Man Savage, the World Wrestling Federation champion, wants to go out and scrape up some partner, pay some ham and egger to hang with him to be his partner, that's fine. You want to challenge this team of Andre the Giant, $1 Million Man, that's fine. But under one condition and one condition only will that take place. And that's if we get an official, a referee that isn't some mamby-pamby sissy that doesn't have the backbone to back up a decision, not like a Dave Hebner or a Dave Hebner lookalike or a Joey Morello that can't count the past two. We want somebody we want a man that can control law and order in that ring. And you ask me, will we sign for that? Read my lips, humanoid. Yes,
how about
we will.
The big announcement.
Gentlemen, this may be your lucky day, Mr.
That ain't
Heenan,
the biggest announcement, McMahon.
Because just prior to this interview,
what do you mean?
The office of the president indicated to me that a referee has, in fact, been assigned to this matchup.
Who?
To this challenge by the Macho Man Randy Savage. And that guest referee is none other than Jesse the Body Ventura.
What? Jesse! Jesse Ventura! You of all people! And look, Andre and Ted DiBiase apparently very pleased with the announcement.
All right, so there it was.
The insinuation, of course, is that I'll pay him off.
Right. Because he was a heel referee. Like, everybody loved him because he's funny, he's got this big personality, but he's a heel. So kind of makes perfect sense that he would actually accept a payoff. So I've heard over the years that Jesse was just kind of all business as a guy. Just kept his head down, not really looking to make friends, just work.
Yeah.
Did you get along well with Jesse?
Yeah, I got along. I got along fine with him. I don't know. I don't know if too many people got close to him, or if he didn't let anybody get close to him. Of course, it wasn't like we were ever bosom buddies, but he was friendly enough. And of course, if you understand, I mean, Jesse's the real deal. As a soldier, I mean, if anybody knows that story, I mean,
he was
one
a
of
Green
those
Beret
guys that sneaks up on you in the dark.
Yes. A hell of a man and a hell of a performer here. So it's pretty cool to get him involved as a referee in a match that was already really big and anticipated. It's about to get even bigger though with the addition of Hogan, which we know is coming. So it's set, and it's going to be a really monumental event with all this star power. It's an MSG. It's Andre, Hulk, Savage, Ventura, and yourself. You had said when we talked about WrestleMania IV that it felt like a bit of a downgrade having the event in front of just 20,000 people. Especially after seeing what was going on at WrestleMania III with that insane crowd. But here you are later. It's about the same attendance, but the spectacle of this match has got to kind of make up for that, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Main event at Madison Square Garden, and it's sold out. Doesn't get any better than that. And there's not too many people that can say that. I mean, there's probably I don't know how many the handful would be, but more than a handful of guys, but not too much more. How many pro wrestlers can say I was the main event at Madison Square Garden?
Man, there's not a ton, and certainly not a ton, nowadays anymore, that are left around. And it's just, I mean, what an incredible thing to have in your career. And not only that, but I believe it was a sellout that night with you and Savage in MSG. So it's not like Hogan's the only one bringing all the folks in. It's like, man, you were red hot as a heel.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of momentum in the territory, and things were just buzzing and clicking.
Yeah. And we continued, Andre and I, we had matches. I mean, I don't know, going forward from there, I think even after that match, where it was Andre and me against, it may not have been Hogan and Randy all the time, but it was Hogan and somebody.
Yeah, I know that, there was, some shifting of people where you had been working with Randy, and then you'd work with Hulk, and then Andre would work with Randy. So it was cool. This was back in the day when, I mean, let's think about it for a second. This had been going on since WrestleMania. So like these were not 1 month programs here. You guys had been having this issue for months and months, and it was working. Some of the best storytelling ever.
That's one thing that saddens me today is that, we would get in these programs, and it wasn't like it, they were like 1 or 2 weeks and then they're over.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they would, you just said it. They go on. It was like, like a 2 month or 3 month or 4 month program where, you and whoever that other guy is are battling each other.
Yep, and it gives you an opportunity to not only familiarize yourself with your opponent and get better and better throughout the house shows, and until like when you finally do reach the blow off, you guys have had whatever hundreds of matches on the way there. But also it gives you an opportunity to tell a complete story, which is kind of what we got here. It all worked out well. Ted, I think it's also worth noting that at this time, Adrian Adonis passed away in a tragic car accident. Adonis and his wild lifestyle were the subject of a recent episode of Dark Side of the Ring. What can you tell our listeners about your experiences with Adrian?
I didn't know him well, but there was a time when I was around him. I think he came to, if I'm not mistaken, when I was in Amarillo. I think he came to the Texas territory for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
But kind of a different kind of guy, but give credit where credit's due. He was a good worker. He was, he was good at what he did.
Absolutely. Kind of a wild man. And I think Bret Hart told the story that the first time he ever did cocaine was with Adrian Adonis in his hotel room. Did you ever party with Adrian?
No.
Maybe a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, Ted, unfortunately, there's also another death at this time. Bruiser Brody would die in Puerto Rico, having succumbed to stab wounds in a locker room altercation.
Right.
Most of our listeners already know that story very well, but there is a Dark Side of the Ring episode about it and his untimely death, so you can get the full details there. Ted, had you been around Brody very much?
Oh yeah, I mean, he and Stan Hansen had been tag team partners, and and Brody's another guy who, if I'm not mistaken, Brody's another guy who, I mean, I don't know if he went to West Texas State or he tried to go, but the first day I went to when Dick Murdoch talked to Bill Watts and said, hey, told him about me and everything, and we'd like to, we can start him. He's been refereeing and starting. Bill said, great, bring him. So when I got off the plane, the first trip I made was with Brody. I mean, he actually picked me up at the airport, and I rode with him in a car. I think it was Alexandria, which is about 100 miles from Shreveport, was where that match was. And so it's like right out of the bat, my first road trip is with Bruiser Brody.
Yeah.
Frank Goodish, which is his real name. And he was, bigger than life. And he and Stan Hansen were probably I would say the most famous foreign wrestling team that Japan ever had in all Japan wrestling.
When you heard about the way and the circumstances under which Brody passed away, what was your reaction?
I was just sick. I mean, for a guy of his stature, to die that way, and it was like, he gets knifed by a guy who's, hiding the knife.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like, hey, come on, let's fight. It's like, because they had a confrontation, and Brody ain't going to back up from anybody.
No.
And he kind of put the guy in his place, really. And then that's, he couldn't stand that. So that, he gets knifed in the shower and basically bleeds to death. Took an ambulance, they said, a long time to get there. And I mean, if they could have got to him quick, I don't think he'd have died. But I don't know. It's just horrible.
Scary and awful. It's a family man and somebody that I know that you were good friends with and knew well. So man, just what an unfortunate circumstance.
Yeah.
I mean, after that, Ted, did you ever see yourself working in Puerto Rico? Did you ever work in Puerto Rico?
Nope.
Never once after that.
I wouldn't even consider it after that.
Hard to blame you, man. Well, along the way to SummerSlam, you're doing jobs for Savage by pinfall and DQ in pretty much every city. I know that you never minded putting anyone over, but for frame of reference, you're not too far removed from working in territories where the heels tended to get a lot of sneaky victories while the baby faces sought revenge, which would eventually lead to the blow-off where the baby face gets his hand raised. So now that you're in the WWF doing jobs on the way to the big match, I don't know. Does it strike you as odd? I know that, you had mentioned even earlier today that it's, it's a different territory and the baby faces have got to go over and it's a baby face territory. However, was that an adjustment for you coming in the door?
Not really. I mean, the other thing that you have to remember is I'm not being, and again, this is before the guaranteed contracts too.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm getting paid well, and that's what it's all about. is, you know, making the money. And I understood. I mean, I understood their logic. So as long as, you know, as long as you don't feel like you're getting screwed, you know, and I didn't in any way, I was fine with it. You know, ultimately that's what a heel's going to do anyway. You know, heels get beat. At the end of the day, if it's, you know, it's the finale, it may be the finale match, but they lose.
That's it. And it's a business. And when you stop looking at it as a business, you can get yourself into weird situations. You know, Arn Anderson on his podcast years ago, he was asked if he had been given the gold dust gimmick whenever he came to the WWF, would he have done it? And Arn's response was, just show me the paycheck. And that's kind of the right answer, where it's like, it's a job. Yeah, whatever. Just pay me.
Yep.
So, also wanted to mention, and this is, you know, I had said earlier, sometimes Meltzer absolutely hits the nail on the head. Sometimes he's a little off base. So this might be one of those circumstances. I'd love to hear your response. During this house show run, Meltzer says that you carried the matches while Savage did very little. So I don't know if there's any truth to that. I know that, again, he really respected your work, but did you feel like Randy wasn't doing much in these matches with you?
No. You know, I mean, again, Meltzer's he's a writer. I mean, you know, what does he really know about what goes on in wrestling? You know, it's kind of like, I had never had that. You know, I never felt like, you know, I was working harder than Randy, or I was, you know, I guess he was saying I was carrying it.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just putting the pieces together. He didn't say this directly, but I know that, you know, you were kind of like a bumping heel, right? You were that bump and get up and feed guy. So I'm thinking that he is seeing that, and he's like, well, gee, you know, Ted's doing all the work. Randy's just punching him and, you know, is lariating him, and it's like, I guess, but isn't that the job?
Yeah, at the end of the day, if you're a good heel, that's what ultimately you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's you don't just sit on your butt in the middle of the ring and in a hold, and but yeah, at the end of the day, it's kind of like I would always build a match to give the babyface the big hot comeback.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of that comeback, you know, one of two things are going to happen. You're either going to, you know, give him the screw job and you know, and go on to the next match, or you're, you know, or he's going to win, you know. And so, you know, he had already won, you know, the first time we ever met, you know, and became the champion in the tournament. And I happened to be the last guy that he had to wrestle, but now he's the champ, you know, and I'm chasing the champ. So you're not gonna, you know, and I'm not gonna beat him. You know, I mean, you know, I'm not gonna beat him, especially in you know, if it's not televised or in a big event.
Right.
So we're going all over the country, wrestling in all these spots, and so yeah, I would get my heat on him and give him a big comeback, and a lot of times I would like stop him again where it would look like, oh no, DiBiase's going to get it, and he'd reverse it on me and win. So, you know, it's kind of like a good heel also knows how to take care of himself. A good heel knows how to get beat and keep his heat.
Perfectly said.
The other thing you might know,
mm-hmm.
you might know like if you had history with a wrestler, like when I was, you know, going around, you know, I don't know. See, but we were wrestling, and when I would wrestle Savage, that was the deal. It's like, I mean, we were wrestling it all over the whole country.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like, so it wasn't like we were going back to the same town. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So a lot of what we did, we could do, you know, every night. Because it was a different crowd, and they hadn't seen the match that we, you know what I'm saying? But when you're a wrestler working a territory and you're going back to the same town every week, you got to be able to think on your feet and do something different. You know, that's the improv. That's the, you know, it's kind of like, and like I said, if I had history with a guy, like if I had a, you know, it's kind of like as a heel, I get real big heat on this, whoever the babyface is, and he beats me up so bad, I just get out of the ring and leave, and they count me out. I lose the match because I got counted out, but I didn't get pinned.
Right.
So, I didn't lose my heat because they still hate me. Now they hate me because I'm a coward. Back then, the next week, okay, DiBiase, since you want to run, we're gonna have like 15 wrestlers around the ring. I can't remember what they called that.
A lumberjack
match. You know what? And then once the lumberjack match doesn't work, then in progression, the next match would be the steel cage match. It would build to a cage match, but that's territorial wrestling. You're telling a story week after week after week after week, and the whole thing builds and builds and builds and builds until obviously you have that cage match and the babyface wins.
Missing in wrestling today, it really is. So Hogan is back here after the filming of No Holds Barred, which would be released in theaters the following June. Ted, did you go see No Holds Barred?
Of course. I don't know if I went to see it or I waited for it to show up on TV. No, I went to see it. Yeah.
Man, you're going to find yourself kind of in the middle of stuff with the actor from No Holds Barred, Zeus, and that's the following year. So we'll talk about that another time, but it was a wild movie. I'll say that.
Yeah. Well, and again, and whenever you get to talk about Zeus had one thing going for him, the way he looked.
Yep.
And his body.
Yep.
And that's where it ended. He had to be carried totally.
He was getting out of those matches, like those tag team matches. They'd do like elimination or whatever. He would get out immediately. It was like first 30 seconds, he'd get himself DQ'd or something. It's like, that's probably the right move.
Yeah, it was planned that way.
Hogan is picking up a ton of acting work here, though. Piper is having success in Hollywood. Your old pal Terry Funk was doing some acting. Jesse Ventura, he's in Predator and The Running Man. So did you have any hopes of maybe getting some acting jobs yourself?
Well, I wouldn't have turned it down, but it's like I just wonder why nobody ever approached me about it.
I'm a little surprised by it too, because man, your heat here was just nuclear. At the start of that match, the cage match in MSG that we watched earlier, I wanted to include your entrance. I probably should have, because when you were coming out, as soon as your music hits, that MSG crowd is just going off on you. So it was. You had heat. I think you would have made a really fun heel, on like a television show or something. Did you have an agent at this time?
Well, no, that's the other thing. I don't think I ever had an agent.
Oh, okay. So you were negotiating all of your deals yourself.
Yeah. So it's like, there's no, I guess, and I never even thought about that. I don't know why, but and of course I never asked anybody. I never asked Hogan if he had a manager or whatever. But I guess, if you've got somebody like that, then that somebody is going to be looking for things that they would think were probably, like good for you. So,
right.
And I didn't do that.
Did you ever wind up landing any acting work, doing anything?
I was, okay. I'm trying to think. I can't remember the name of the movie.
When was it filmed?
Terry Funk.
Oh.
And Sylvester Stallone. I just can't think of the name of that
Paradise
movie.
Alley.
Paradise Alley. That was it. And so there's a scene in the movie where it's what basically it's doing. It's showing I think Stallone's rise to the top. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where I think that's it. Where he takes on all these different characters. and I happened to be one of those where that got, I got turnbuckled, and I ran into the corner, and I jumped up to the corner, and I bit the guy on the head, and then did something, and over the top I went. So I was gone. So.
Well, now I'm gonna go watch Paradise Alley. I've never seen it. So,
Well, you better watch carefully, because if you blink, you'll miss me.
I'm definitely going to. I mean, that's pretty cool. So I assume that just due to the fact that you're there with Terry, and I believe that I want to say that Dick Murdoch was also involved with that.
Oh, there were several
Okay.
guys, because they needed extras, or matches and stuff, it was like showing, it was like a montage. He'd be in the ring with this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy, and that was but it was in rapid succession. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it's showing him go through all the people.
Several of those guys, and I can't even remember who all. But yeah, I think Murdoch was there too, for sure.
You met Stallone obviously for this. What did you think? Any fun interactions with him, or just brief?
Oh, well, he was great, and I tell you what, I really liked him because, and I saw this take place. I mean, they had a bunch of like Hollywood extras on the set, and I think they were poking fun. At wrestling, and Stallone stopped everything when he finally showed up and whatever, and he said, "Listen," he says, "I don't want to hear another bad word about professional wrestling." Because what these guys are going to do in maybe 2 days, it would take Hollywood extras 2 months.
Yep.
To do all we're going to do in 2 days with these guys. And he said it. He said, these are some of the best improv actors you'll ever see. And he was right. The real art of professional wrestling used to be improv. You didn't know all you were going to do when you got in the ring. You knew the finish, how it was going to end, because the end of the match was what would hook you, or hook the crowd to come back and see you again. And that was it.
All right, Ted, let's get back into the match. It's the first ever SummerSlam, and it's in front of a crowd of about 20,000 here in MSG. Meltzer was pretty unimpressed in the Observers, stating that the main event was really the only worthwhile part of the show. But I don't know. I mean, maybe it's nostalgia, but I really enjoyed watching it back. Let's go ahead and watch the final moments of the main event and chat about it.
Oh, that should have broke his jaw, dislocated his neck.
Look out from behind. Hulk never saw him coming.
Come on, Jesse, get in there, man.
You got an illegal man in the ring now. And Andre has cleared the ring of everybody.
The Mega Powers are on the floor right now. The Mega Bucks in the ring. Jesse Ventura is starting to count.
Both hurt badly.
Oh, they're hurt bad.
Elizabeth's up on the apron.
I don't think she should be there. I don't think Elizabeth should be on the floor trying to help her man.
Jesse over there telling her right now, you got to get out of here.
Get on the floor, Elizabeth, and help your man. Forget about Jesse Ventura.
Elizabeth just went around the corner. She's not going down to the floor.
Well,
Jesse's in the hot now.
She's got to get on the floor and help her people out.
Both guys out. Look at Heenan. He's up on the apron, and Virgil as well. Everybody's on the apron.
In the meantime, Jesse has stopped the count. There's no longer a count going on, Gorilla Monsoon.
Oh, look at that. What is this?
She took off her dress. She took off her skirt, Gorilla Monsoon. I don't
Elizabeth has shot everybody. Look at Jesse. He doesn't know what to do.
I don't believe her eyes.
Look at the $1 million man. He doesn't know what to do.
You don't know what to do.
Look at Andre. He's bewildered.
Everybody's shocked. Everybody's on their feet, Gorilla. Oh, yes, Elizabeth ever loved me.
What a move by Elizabeth.
Is she ever lovely tonight, brother? Elizabeth.
This is
I
unreal.
can't believe it. Just pandemonium.
Look at this.
All right.
Savage nails the Giant from behind. Hennig gets nailed. Hulkster
Snaps the
slams $1 million man.
Yes, he did.
Look at this. He's got him set up. Bombs away, perhaps.
Come on, Macho.
Oh, the packet line elbow.
Get up. And the
And a
leg.
leg drop.
Get down there and count, Ventura.
Jesse, right there. 1, 2. Oh, he didn't want to count the 3.
I love it.
Hesitated.
I love
But
it.
it's over.
Oh man. The Hogan and Savage doing like the handshake, like she did it, brother. She took off her dress. It was just,
Oh, yeah. It's like, yeah.
it's just really
I've
funny.
done it. Stuff like that always got me in trouble.
I just love the reactions from you and everybody. Like, oh my god, like the entire world just stops. Like, holy smokes, there's a girl over here. Just
Yeah,
hilarious.
it's kind of like what caused you to lose that match? It's kind of hard to describe. Luckily, it's not real hard to describe. But it's breathtaking.
Man, as SummerSlam was approaching, Hogan and Savage started talking more and more about Elizabeth in a yellow polka dot bikini, and now we know why.
Yeah,
So Ted, what did you think of that as a finish?
I loved it. I did. I really did. It was kind of like I kind of think that I think that, and even watching it there, I think that if it would have happened a little quicker, like we're Andre and I are going what, and looking at the referee and whatever, and but I think it went just a little bit too long.
I completely agree. If they would have cut like the last, 15 seconds off of how long they waited before they got back into the ring and came after you guys, I think it would have come off better. But it was fun, and it's something that's certainly memorable. And so the decision for the finish met some criticism, according to the Observer, with parents of young daughters being a little bit disappointed due to Liz's status as a role model, and now she's just being sexualized to get the victory. I mean, to me, it's just entertainment, but I'm wondering where you fall on that.
It's entertainment. Come on. I mean, and it's kind of like all those parents that are going, what happened to our role model? Well, I mean, I wonder how many of those moms go to the beach in a bikini every year.
Yep.
I mean, that's all you saw.
That's
it would be like seeing a girl at the beach in a bikini.
And we saw a lot less than that, because it's not like she's just wearing the bikini top either.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like,
I think that's a perfect way to put it. It's just entertainment, and we have all seen worse.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Well, let's see if you agree with this note from Meltzer. I thought it was interesting, so I'd love to hear your thoughts. He's got this from the Observer. The match was acceptable, but nothing spectacular. DiBiase totally carried the whole thing, although Savage was certainly okay. Hogan wasn't much, and Andre, well, the less said about him, the better. Then our conquering heroes are posing in victory as we wait to see the small hint of the probable Hogan-Savage match at next year's WrestleMania. Hulk picks up Liz, Randy gives him a dirty look, and that's all we need. Although the finish, pinning Ted, was certainly predictable, I was surprised just how badly he was squashed and did nothing afterwards to regain his heat and detract from the finish, i.e. if he and Virgil had split up, the last thing fans would remember of Ted is he jumped Virgil, and the fact that he was squashed in the match wouldn't be as important. So, Meltzer's saying that you kind of got squashed there.
Meltzer's a guy who's never been a wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of like the reason that I would say me and Randy carried the match is because, look, it's like, why was I tagged up with Andre? Because I was the guy that was going to be in the ring, making most of the action happen. because Andre is Andre the Giant,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, you ain't going to see Andre hitting the ropes or you know. It's kind of like every time Andre wrestles, it's like whoever gets in the ring with him, it's like they're bouncing off the ropes trying to find a way to get him to his knees, right?
Yep.
So, you know, it was just, I knew that he was right. Where in terms of for my team, I carried the weight of it, but you know, I knew that going in. I mean, it couldn't be any other way. You know, because I mean, now Andre's a heel. I mean, before he was a babyface, and it was easy for him to work with heels that that could you know, like try to get him down and do whatever. But now he's a heel, and you know, it's like, how would it look for Andre the Giant to try to sell as a heel and like fight to the corner to make the tag?
It doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
No.
I mean,
I agree with you. And yeah, I mean, of course, like, look, you're the heel, so you're going to be doing a ton of bumping in the match. Andre's not going to be doing a ton of bumping, and it's like, of course, you're carrying it. It's just that's the job, you know.
Exactly.
Andre was not as mobile as he once was either. And you know, he had said that, like, oh well, Ted got squashed at the end of it, and it's like, not really. Liz provided a distraction, and you bid on the distraction, and that was it. Like, I don't know. To me, it seems like a perfect out, and you got to keep your heat.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what Meltzer doesn't get.
Right.
Or didn't get. I don't know what he gets now. I don't know.
Well, hopefully he's smartened up a little bit. When you're teaming with Andre here.
Again, I appreciate him, you know, putting me over and everything. But, you know, I just got to call it like I see it. You know, on that thing, I don't agree with him.
I'm with you, man.
Yeah.
Now you're teaming up with Andre here in 1988, and you had mentioned that you had teamed with Andre when you were a young man, and you know there's great photos out there of you partnering with him, you know, in the Amarillo territory. Do you treat him the same way that you would now as you would have then? Meaning, like, is the tag team match with Andre structured similarly, or do you have to make more concessions now that he's even less mobile as an older man?
I mean, it's not really a whole lot changed. I mean, because I mean, you just look at a guy Andre's side, and if you his size, he's not. You know, you know, what you know is Andre going to be in the ring hitting the ropes and doing tackles and stuff? No. He never did that. I mean, and it's kind of like, you know, when he was a baby face, well, then it was easy. I think it was easier for him to be a baby face because, you know, then as a heel, you're just bouncing off of Andre. You're trying to find a way to get him down, and you know, he keeps knocking you down and whatever, and you finally, you know, like clip his knee or something and get him to his knees and, you know, pound on his head for a while, but eventually the big man's going to come back and beat you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but as a heel, you know, I think it limited him because of his size, you know, and stature. It's kind of like, you know, how much can he do? I mean, it's like, here's this guy that's overbearingly bigger than anybody else in the ring, and he's a heel. Well, it's like, you know, all he's gonna what's he gonna do when he gets in the ring? He's gonna be a heel. He's gonna beat people up and tag out.
Yeah, not a lot of other options.
There's really there aren't any other options, and again, yeah, I obviously took the fall and got beat, but you know, I didn't lose any heat.
I was talking to you here a little bit before we got going. You know, I tend to try to look back at, like, okay, anniversaries and what was happening at this time, you know, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 35. In this case, we're looking back 35 years to the 4th King of the Ring tournament and your victory to become the King of the Ring at the expense of Randy Savage, who had won it the year prior. So, man, there's a lot to cover on this one. But
and what year was that I won it?
This was 1988, and this was before it became a pay-per-view. It became a
Okay.
pay-per-view around 1993, and so at this time, it was just a live house show. So, Ted, you're back with Hogan coming out of SummerSlam as the Hulkster declares war on the WWF, and he wants to start with you on his way to regaining the WWF title. He's wearing his now infamous war bonnet, which is that helmet with a giant fist on it, and he'd use that fist helmet to defeat you on the house shows. Ted, the war bonnet, some pretty weird shit. What did you think?
Pretty weird shit. Hey, but listen, it's kind of like, when you're not the man in charge and you want to make the money, and of course, the $1 Million Man is all about the money. I'm going to do what I'm told. It's like, obviously, yeah, if I thought something was just really horrible, and if I didn't like something, I would say so. And in defense of Vince McMahon, he told all of us, he said, don't be afraid to approach me if you don't like something. He says, but if you don't like something, don't come and just tell me you don't like it. Give me something else that I can do in place of it. And so, and that's fair game. So.
And I think that's a fair point.
Absolutely.
Like you're not contributing anything if you're just saying, nope, I don't like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hogan would use this helmet in matches against you and others, and kind of like use it as an illegal advantage. Like the ref would turn his back and he'd hit Bad News Brown with it, or he'd hit you with it to get the finish. And it's like, here's this ultimate baby face, and he's kind of being a shitheel. What did you think about
that's the thing is the thing that made that so good is that he is the good guy. Everybody knows he's the good guy. And he's reversing it on the heels. Instead of me, load my glove as I used to do and knock somebody out, I get hit with the helmet and he wins the match, and it's like, to all the fans, and so they're behind him. I thought it was great.
That actually makes a lot of sense. Like, so you would do it to spite the fans. Hogan's doing it and kind of letting the fans in on it. Like, hey guys, we're gonna get this win together, almost.
Yeah, because we all know he's a cheater, so I'm going to give him a little bit of his own.
There you go. All right, that makes perfect sense. Just before SummerSlam, your old pal Bruce Pritchard had started working in front of the camera as Brother Love, and the character is a great heat magnet for the company. Ted, you'd known Bruce behind the scenes for many years up to this point, and there's no denying that Bruce has a great personality and is absolutely hilarious at times. What did you think about him taking an on-screen role, and did you always see him eventually becoming a character?
It was hysterical. I mean, I really enjoyed it because I knew Bruce. That was the deal. It's like, I love you. It was just like, it was so corny that it was good. It's like you had to hate him.
There was just no way around it. And that red face and the condescending stuff he would say during those, it was a really good character.
It was.
Bruce has actually said on his podcast in the past that that you guys were really close friends, and he said that you were one of the most fun guys to hang out with back in the day. I think that you guys were into the party scene. Now, do you have any Bruce Pritchard party stories, or is that something we should be sharing on the podcast?
I can't. What's funny is I can't remember any Bruce stories, probably because I was inebriated every time we went out. But I know this, that when he went to work for Vince and then I signed with Vince, do you remember those the vignettes? And they quit doing this, and I never could figure out why, but before anybody ever saw me walk into an arena, they saw, like 5 or 6 weeks of, like, here's this guy, Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man. And I kicked kids out of a swimming pool. I kicked the honeymoon couple out of the honeymoon suite. because it was the best room in the hotel. I did all these things. Well, Bruce was the guy who produced those, and we did them all in the Houston area. So
how about that? So kind of like a homecoming for the two of you there. In a pretty fun way. Those vignettes are just iconic. Yeah. We're definitely going to go over them at some point. So another guy making a big transformation here is One Man Gang. The Doctor of Style Slick promises to take Mean Gene to deep, dark Africa, but instead he takes him to a urban area at night where it's revealed the gang is now Akeem, the African Dream. So Akeem comes out dancing. He's claiming that he's about to climb to the mountaintop of the WWF. Ted, you had known Gang for a really long time. What did you think of his new character here?
I wasn't sure at first, but and again, but back to, Vince's way of looking at things it's kind of like, I came from the old school. I mean, I grew up in the wrestling industry. My father was a wrestler, and it's kind of like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But, what it took me a while to come to grips with was that what Vince was doing in terms of changing wrestling was like, yeah, look, we are sports entertainment. We're not a, because we tried to protect it all the time. And we even knew that, an educated people, or especially an educated guy that's ever been in a real fight, could watch wrestling for a minute and go, no. But the whole point was, now he was trying to market his product to a younger audience, because now he's going to come out with action figures, dolls, and all of the merchandise. And so he's trying to attract the young crowd. And so, like that, and that's why Hulk Hogan becomes this bigger than life hero and all that. So, but in those, for those reasons, yeah, Akeem, okay, let's do it.
Now, I mean, personally, though, did you feel like the One Man Gang character was kind of going fine, or did you feel like he'd topped it out and it was time for some kind of a drastic change?
I thought he did okay. What's everybody else think? What do you think?
I mean, I like the One Man Gang character. I thought he was like really intimidating. He had like the mohawk, this huge guy. I don't know. To me, it's like, hey, that guy is tailor made to be like a big monster heel. The guy that's like facing Hogan. So I don't know. I think the Akeem thing was a little bit head scratching, but you gotta give it up to Gang. He just owned it, and he would do the dance, and it kind of made it fun.
Yeah.
I think I should also mention here that JCP is starting to get really hot and heavy on the impending deal with Turner. And we all know that before the year is over, that deal is complete. So this is a really big deal at the time. And there are already rumors swirling about bringing in some names established in the WWF to help bolster the roster under Turner. Ted, what do you think when you hear that Ted Turner is ready to get himself into the wrestling business?
To me, here's the way I look at it, and of course I grew up old school. Said competition is always good for the talent, because if there's only one show on the market, and you don't have any place else, like the old territorial days, if you had some difference with the promoter or whatever, like you could give your notice and go somewhere else, but now if you have an argument with the front office, you either do as you're told or you're fired. It's like there's only one place to go. But now with this new thing coming on, it's always good for the talent. And it did end up being that way because, now you got guys that are getting, they're signing contracts for X amount of dollars. Up until that happened, with the Turner organization, I know my contract with Vince, it just basically said he owned me. But where else was I going to go, and where else was I going to make especially now that I saw it coming. Everybody with half a brain saw it coming. All the territories were going to go away because they couldn't compete with him.
Yep.
And they did. They all slowly died out, and well, like I said, when the telltale thing for me was when Bill Watts sold out to Jim Crockett. And Bill's a sharp guy. A lot of guys that worked for him didn't like him, slave driver, this, that, and the other. But there were things that I didn't like either. But hey, not everybody loves their boss. But the other thing I knew about Bill was that he knew the wrestling business just better than just about anybody. Because I would look at our shows and try to compare them to the other territorial shows, and guys, they didn't even compete. So anyway,
you've got to give it up to Bill Watts. To your point, a lot of people kind of look at him as a villain in wrestling, and I've never met the man, so I really can't speak to him or his character. However, you've got to give it up because I think a lot of these promoters for these territories were like, "Well, I'm going down with the Titanic here," and a lot of them did. Bill Watts had the foresight to get on a life raft. And I mean, preserved himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. He saw where it was going.
So Ted, nearing the end of September, you teased a few times that you'd be making an acquisition that most men could only dream of. Finally, the big reveal is made on October 1st. It's our only clip this week. Let's have a look at this special report.
Last week on the Superstars of Wrestling, Ted DiBiase revealed his newest and proudest possession. On this special report, we take a look at the $1 Million Man's revelation.
What I'm talking about, Okerlund, is I have bought and paid for my own personal slave.
Slave, wait a minute, this is 1988. What are you talking about, slave? Let's hear about it.
What am I talking about? You've seen the things that I own, the things that I bought. I've purchased the greatest bodyguard that a man can buy. I have purchased the greatest managerial advice that money can buy. And I even have at my disposal, at a price, a giant. And what am I talking about? Read my lips, I didn't stutter. I bought my own slave.
Your own slave? Just who might this slave be?
Well, Hercules.
Now, wait a minute, gentlemen.
Bobby, what the hell is he talking about?
Trust me, don't worry about it. Remember, Sarah, whatever will be, will be.
Hurt. We're supposed to go there, Bobby.
The party's over.
No. Bobby, the party's over. We're supposed to go down.
The new position you have right now is something, buddy, something that you've earned.
No.
Gentlemen, please. Oh, please.
Now, Hercules, learn your position. Take your first lesson of being the slave of the $1 Million Man. You don't talk. You don't walk. You don't speak. You don't put your hands on anybody unless I give you permission to. Do you understand that, slave? Do you understand?
What is that? Oh, come on! DiBiase, have me away! On his so-called slave! What is going on? Virgil, ooh, what a kick! Ooh! Virgil sets him up with a right cross, another one! Look at that! I can't believe Herc's got it in him. Virgil goes flying, and that leaves only two on the platform. Hercules does not want to be a slave. DiBiase, Virgil, ready for power. Hercules has declared himself.
All right, there it was. So Ted, purchasing Hercules. I know you didn't write this storyline, of course, but probably something that wouldn't really play well with the modern audience, right?
Oh gosh, I mean, just watching that, there's no way in hell that you could do that and get away with it today. I mean, just forget about it, and probably rightfully so.
Well, Ted, you're going from the main event at a huge SummerSlam here at MSG, which we discussed a couple weeks ago here on the podcast, and now you're being programmed with Hercules. So this is no disrespect to Herc at all. I love the guy. I think he's a great wrestler.
Yeah.
But at the time, he's a mid-carder. To you at this time, you're going from Hogan to Hercules. Does this feel like a demotion, or how do you view this?
Well, here's the thing, and it's a matter of understanding, how things are overall. You got to look at the big picture. Now, by the time I got to, being on a match with Hercules, and not in the main event or the semi-main event, you understand, how long was I there? How long had I been there? How long had they been pushing me? Oh my gosh, they had been pushing me hard for a long time.
Nearly a year, I think, at this point.
Yes. Yeah. And to be honest with you, maybe a little bit longer than they do most, as far as, it's kind of like a cycle. You're on top, I guess the only one you would say that stays there would be whoever that guy is, the Hulk Hogan.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy. Until the people even at some point get tired of that, and you have to create a new Hulk Hogan or a superstar. Does that make sense? I mean,
it does.
Yeah. So it wasn't like I didn't feel like I was being demoted at any rate. I mean, my gosh, they had done everything with me, and for over a year. And now I go and I'm still there. I'm still making money. And it's somebody else's turn to go with Hogan.
Not to mention, you said talking about how they had built you now for about a year, and you were the top heel in the company and kind of an unstoppable force in your own right. Now you're kind of in a position where you can help a guy like Herc. Maybe if there's a chance that he could become a main eventer, working with a guy like you would position him very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that's the other way to look at it. I think that's interesting. Let's talk about Herc for a moment, though. Jake has told me that he was really close with Ray, and I know that you spent some time with him in Mid-South as well. Would you say that you were close with him?
Yeah. I mean, not like bosom buddy, but close enough to where I could talk to him, man to man. So.
Hercules was a veteran wrestler by this point, and Jake said on the Snake Pit, my other podcast, that he felt that the guy had pretty decent ring skills. What did you think about working with Hercules? Pretty good?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was pretty good. I mean, I don't think that Herc had gotten to the point where he could be the guy calling it, but yeah, he was really good. I mean, and like there's a lot of things that we do in a match that it just are unspoken. In other words, you just catch on and like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Like it's kind of like if somebody hit me and I turn and I stagger towards the corner, basically it's my way of saying, okay, now come from behind me and grab me by my hair and, run my head in the turnbuckle.
Ah, okay.
And then, if I stay there, well, we'll do it again. And then, then if you do it again, then if I turn around and now I'm in the corner, but I'm facing you. It's kind of like, okay, grab my arm and turnbuckle me, and you, we're talking, and the people can't hear us, but we're talking, and we're calling stuff all the time. That's the old school.
You would reach the point with him in your matches where you felt like it was kind of an unspoken, you guys were at that point where you had that enough chemistry that, you didn't have to go over too much ahead of time or even during the match?
Yeah. Yeah. Herc was that good. I mean, it's like, give us the finish. And I would, like, for example, say, okay, based on, because we had a little program, I said, based on what we did last time, maybe we should start this way tonight, and he'd say, oh yeah, that's good. So we might do something like that, but we never sat down, the only thing we sat down and went over was the finish. how it's going to end, because that's, it's kind of like watching a soap opera. You got it. What's the hook? How you got to leave them hanging. You got to leave them hanging, wanting more. That's the whole idea of what we were doing, and so the finish was the all important thing.
Hercules had an incredible body, not a bad promo, apparently a pretty decent, wrestler.
Yeah.
What do you think stopped Hercules from becoming a bigger star in the WWF?
I guess, just some of the demons in his life. Really. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall if it was drugs or alcohol that were his vice?
It may have been both.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. I just, I remember that, he was, it was one of those things where, like, gosh, man, you could be doing so much better.
So at this time, Ted, I found this pretty interesting. The Wrestling Observer has wrestler rankings going on, and you're placed as the number 2 singles wrestler in the world by Dave Meltzer, behind only Tatsumi Fujinami. Ted, I think I already know the answer to this, but I'll ask it anyways. Rankings have been a big thing in wrestling for years, and Meltzer's work and the PWI 500 are pretty well respected or viewed by a lot of fans and some wrestlers. I saw not too long ago that a lot of people online were up in arms about where Cody Rhodes was placed on the most recent PWI 500. What did you think about wrestler rankings? Did you put a lot of stock into it?
Not really. I mean, it's kind of like, if you're an actor, do you always run out and get the latest edition of what's that magazine? I can't remember.
But it's People Magazine or something.
People Magazine, or the magazine that's got all their rankings of who and what and where. And Dave Meltzer, I said sometimes I thought he hit it on the, and not just about me, but sometimes he hit it on the nail, hit the nail on the head. Sometimes I thought he was, what are you talking about? So.
Some people online have said, like, Marcus, it doesn't seem like you like Dave Meltzer, and like you're pretty critical of him at times. I don't dislike Dave Meltzer at all. And I think that he's got a lot of really great information, which is why I use him for most of my research. Because I mean, man, what an incredible library of knowledge he's accumulated. But yeah, sometimes it's just, I hear his opinion and be like, come on, Dave, that's not it. So it's like with anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's like your boss.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, and I get back to what Vince McMahon said. He says, you don't have, we can agree to disagree. And he said, if you don't like something, that's okay. But don't come to me and tell me you don't like it unless you have something else to suggest that would be better. But he would also add this. He says, but understand this, at the end of the day, because we're spending my money, we're going to do it my way.
Yep.
Like it or not. And and how can you complain?
That's it, man. It's
especially when he had become the wrestling entity of the damn world. And until the WCW thing started to happen, there was no place else to go anymore.
Right. Which is, this Turner thing is good news for you and other wrestlers because, down the road, it's okay. Another option possibly. But yeah, no, really, it's the buck stopped in professional wrestling. The buck stopped with Vince McMahon if you want to make a nice living in America.
Yep.
So star ratings for matches, I imagine it's the same thing where you don't really pay attention to that. I have heard that some guys from your era over the years took it pretty seriously though. Like they'd see a star rating in the Observer and be like, hey, come on, that was a good match. Why is he giving me that shitty rating? That kind of thing never got to you?
Nah, it's like, and that's because, all those writers know is what they see. They don't know they don't know why that match ended up being that match,
right?
Or where somebody's placed. It's kind of like maybe at the time that I received such a high rating was because, the WWF at the time had taken me and for a solid year featured me as their top heel.
Yep.
And maybe that had something to do with that rating, but I don't know. It's just.
I think that's part of it. I think also it's, you just saw that, you were a technician in that ring. And he even says here, talking about you and Hercules, he said, if Hercules is going to get like most improved wrestler of the year this year, it's going to be because he's working with Ted DiBiase and Ted can elevate him. And I think that there's something to that. You and I spoke earlier about the idea that okay, you had kind of been up here near the top of the mountain, and now you're able to kind of reach back down and help another guy to elevate himself as well. And I think that that's kind of what was going on here. You were just a seasoned professional.
Well, and see, that's the name of the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there was a time in my career when I was that guy. I worked several wrestling matches with Harley Race when he was the NWA world champion. And of course, and in one case, we wrestled to a draw. In another case, like with, maybe 30 seconds left, he beats me, but he made me, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's the champion and his purpose as champion going to all those territories was to make that their top baby face the top baby face.
And you're taking them to the limit, which, you don't necessarily need to win to get over. You're getting over because you're like Rocky, where you make it to the end.
Exactly.
It's not necessarily about winning. Following this business where you buy Hercules, you're working with Jim Duggan and Coco Beware on the house shows. We've talked about you working with Jim quite a lot here, and we will more in the future. I don't know that we'll have that much opportunity to talk about Coco. Did you have a good relationship with him, and what did you think about working with him?
Well, yeah, I had a good relationship with him. And he's a great guy, funny guy. It was kind of like, I never looked at Coco as being a main eventer, but a good solid hand.
What did you think of his pairing with Frankie the Bird?
Well, it's kind of like, at first I was like, is this a rib? and him doing the deal, the Birdman. Oh my gosh.
I've heard he's
but it got over.
It did.
It got over with the fans.
And much like Akeem and Dusty, it's like, look, it might not be the best right out of the gate, but if you take ownership of it and do your best with it,
and that's just and again, to your point, Dusty, Dusty puts on this polka dot outfit, and his new sidekick is Sapa. You know what? But I'm going to tell you what, Dusty took that ball and he ran with it and it got over.
Another guy who got maybe like a questionable gimmick right out of the gate and just ran with it and did well with it is Dusty's son, Dustin, coming in as Gold Dust and an androgynous character, as Vince always put it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of guys would get that kind of creative and be like, what is it? He's burying me. Like, what is he doing to me? I've got to wear this outfit and act like this and do this. But Dustin took ownership of it, and man, he became a pretty iconic character, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's get to why we're here. It's October 16th, and it's going to mark the 4th ever King of the Ring tournament in Providence, Rhode Island. Previous winners included Don Morocco, Harley Race, and Randy Savage, and now here you are stepping up to the plate. So since 1985, this tournament had been untelevised and wouldn't become a pay-per-view until 93. So there is no footage out there of your matches. So we don't really have anything to watch here, but we'll just kind of walk through each of them. First, you would defeat Brutus the Barber Beefcake after delivering a knee to his back while he was distracted by Ron Bass. Meltzer would call it the best match of the card. So pretty high praise for you and Brutus here. Brutus is a guy that a lot of fans kind of go one way or the other on. Some like him. Some believe he's just the beneficiary of a friendship with Hulk Hogan. Ted, where do you stand when it comes to Brother Brutai?
I like Brutus personally, and and I don't know how close he is with the Hulkster now. I assume they're still friends.
Nope.
And
They've had a very public falling out.
oh, see,
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. But Brutus was okay. It's hard for me to, judge just, I didn't ever see him as being a guy that was going to be the world champion.
Right.
Was he a good worker? Yes. He had all the skills. And again, I was able to have good matches with him. And so that's what's most important. And again, it gets back to the charisma thing. He was good in the ring, and his, I don't know. I would say his interviews were okay, but nothing over the top.
Right. I think that he was, I think he was a good wrestler in that he could work with really good wrestlers like yourself or Ric Flair or somebody like that and put on a competent match. He wasn't like dragging people down, he did fine out there. And by the way, he didn't have a bad look, kind of a handsome guy and decent body and good worker. So the guy, he did okay for himself. What do you think about the narrative that he's just a hanger on of Hogan's? Do you subscribe to that, or do you think he's kind of achieved stuff on his own merit?
No, I mean, again, anybody that thought he was just hanging on, and is the only reason he had a job was because of his friendship with Hulk. I don't believe that. I don't know if it might have been a relationship he had with Hulk that maybe that got him seen the first time. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't have any idea. But no, Brutus is good on his own merit.
I agree. I don't think that you get to the WWF without having some degree of skill yourself. It's the best wrestling in the world, and if you're there, you're a good wrestler.
Yeah.
In the quarterfinals, you defeat Ken Patera after clothesline when Virgil held his legs. Ken Patera is another name that we will probably not be talking about very often here. What can you tell us about your experiences with Ken?
Oh man, I like Ken, but he's just a different guy. He is just a different guy. I don't know, man.
Can you expand on that? Like, is he just a strange dude?
I don't know. I mean, I never had any problem. There's not too many people I ever had a problem with anyway. I try to get along with everybody, just for business sake, but there's not too many people like, I can't even think of anybody that said, well, I absolutely hated that person. I don't know about that. But Ken, I mean, obviously he was one of the strongest guys ever. And all of that, the amateur things that he did, were I think a highlight, but I think he was an okay worker.
Yeah. I don't think he
I wouldn't put him as, being the world champion.
In the semifinals, you defeat Ron Bass by forfeit after you gave him some money and he faked an injury, which is just hilarious stuff. And finally, in the main event, it's yourself and Savage. Savage had won the year prior, but you'll defeat him this night by countout when Virgil distracts him on the outside. After the match, yourself and Virgil will be holding up the King of the Ring trophy when Hercules comes out to chase off the two of you to send the crowd home happy. So the King of the Ring is something the fans really love and will, come to be a staple in the WWF for years. At the time, did you view this as any kind of an honor, or was it really just kind of a storytelling device?
Well, it's just, it's another day on the road. Yeah, I mean, it was, like you said, up until that time, it was not it wasn't like it wasn't like one of the major pay-per-view events. It became a big event after that. So
it's just strange that it's like you get a trophy and you get honored, and it's it's a cool moment for you. You're winning a tournament here at this live show in front of a nice crowd, and you're the King of the Ring. But then they don't do anything with it. So Harley Race is the only winner from the King of the Ring tournament in the early days who would go on to make it part of his gimmick. I know that some fans are going to say Savage became Macho King, but that actually happens a year after this. So up to this point, nobody had really done anything with the King of the Ring tournament. He just won the tournament, and that was it. One off for the night.
Yeah.
So Ted, it feels like your character though could have gotten a lot of mileage out of being a king as part of your gimmick. I don't know. What do you think? Was it a missed opportunity?
I don't know. I look back at that and I don't know. I couldn't. It's hard to say,
Feels like it would jive with like your arrogant character who can buy anything, can do anything, and now all of a sudden, you get to sit on a throne and you have a crown. I don't know. I think it could have, made for at least a couple fun weeks of television.
Well, the one that the one I thought was like Harley Race. I think wasn't Harley Race King in the Ring too?
Yep. He made it part of his character. It worked pretty well with Harley, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Ted, any chance you kept this trophy? Probably worth a small fortune now.
I don't think so. No.
If I know the WWF, it probably got destroyed that night by Hercules. That's like a staple in the WWF in those days. Well, Ted, before I let you go, I do feel like I should mention that it's around this time that Jacques Rougeau sucker punched Dynamite Kid, knocked out some of his teeth. So you and I spoke about it briefly before, and I also recently talked to Jim Duggan about it on the Hacksaw Hour, which is available on adfreeshows.com. Jim told me that he didn't agree with how Jacques handled it, but apparently he had witnessed on many occasions the Dynamite Kid disrespecting Jacques and Raymond, and he felt that Jacques kind of needed to make a strong statement of some kind. Maybe not as strong as what he did, but Jim was like, he needed to stand up for himself, and he did.
And I agree with Jim.
Yeah?
I do.
Now, when it comes to handling this kind of thing, though, what is there a rule of thumb among wrestlers, like this honor amongst thieves type thing? Like, okay, if we're gonna fight, here's how we do it.
I mean, if you're gonna fight, it's just gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's just and if somebody's obviously if there's somebody that's doing something like repeatedly, something that drives you to a point where you have to you either have to stand up for yourself and respond, or just sit there with egg on your face.
Mm-hmm.
So in that regard, I think that Jacques had the right to respond. So.
I mean, the strength of the response maybe was a little bit unbalanced, because I think that this part of the story where Jacques allegedly had a roll of quarters in his hand and just walked up to Dynamite, sucker punched him backstage, knocked his teeth out. He needed stitches. Like pretty nasty thing to do to another person. And really, you hit somebody wrong with a roll of quarters in your hand, you can kill him.
I don't think that I was there to see that, but and again. A right to respond, but like that, no. It's like, okay, every man needs to stand up for himself. But when you're in wrestling, you're in a fraternity,
mm-hmm.
and it's and we're all part of a unique club. And I just don't see that to like. It's almost like loading the glove.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show this guy. Well, you know what? If you want to show him, then show him, man to man, face to face, and may the best man win. But you've been screwing with me, so I'm gonna sneak up and hit you in the back of the head with a chair.
Nope.
I would agree that it wasn't done the right way.
Jim did say in Jacques' defense, he was like, Dynamite would have beat his ass. He was like, Jacques did probably the only thing he thought he could do, which is sucker punch him so that there's not an opportunity for him to get his ass beat. Dynamite Kid was what, like 5'10", 5'8", somewhere in that neighborhood. I mean, did you know him to be like this tough as nails little pit bull of a guy?
I mean, not really. I mean, yeah. I mean, a little pit bull. I mean, I didn't think it was a wimp in any sense of the word, but I don't know. I've never seen him in a fight.
I mean, yeah, rumor has it. I've heard Brett say it. I've heard Jake say it. A lot of people over the years have said like Dynamite Kid, not a guy to piss around with.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I never had the good fortune of meeting the guy.
No, and I never, I always got along with it.
Yeah, I've heard it's like a mixed bag of things. A lot of people said that he was a really nasty ribber and kind of mean spirited at times. And then like you, I've heard other people say like, nope, great guy, love being around him. So it's interesting to hear kind of these conflicting sides. I mean, Ted, you and I have discussed it a little bit in the past. What do you think made you kind of Teflon, impervious to people fucking with you, like ribbing you or doing anything like that? Like, why do you think that you avoided it when so many guys, had to deal with some stiff ribs?
Well, maybe because, I didn't rib anybody. And I pretty much, got along with everybody. I mean, I didn't run my mouth off. I mean, I went to take care of business, and I took care of business. And I don't know. I couldn't answer that for you. I'm really not sure. I mean, whether that was just mutual respect, amongst guys, So, but no, I didn't. I can't remember anybody. I'm trying to think if I had any altercation with anybody. I can't think of anybody.
We also hear about kind of more lighthearted ribs, like guys putting a padlock on somebody's gym bag or super gluing their shoes to the floor or the ceiling or something like that. I mean, like, was that kind of thing happening to you, or were people just like leaving you alone?
No, I didn't have any of that happen.
Interesting.
I might have had, okay. I think there was one time when my bag got handcuffed, it's like we wrestled in it was a gymnasium. It was like the locker room of like a high school type locker room where there's these benches in front of the
lockers.
But the bench is immovable. The bench is like grounded, and like there's a like a piece over here holding it up, and a piece on the other side holding it up. So, if you ran a little chain through a bag, and then padlocked it, well, unless you have the combination or something. Your bag is padlocked to the floor.
You got to like cut the strap to get it.
And I just laughed about it. It's like, okay, ha, everybody. And I just, I can't remember what I had. I think I had to clip the top of the handle on my suitcase off to get out of there. But,
Well, maybe that's the key is like, you don't sell it too hard when somebody messes
well,
with
that's just it. Because if you sell it too much, or you sell it at all, what are they going to do? They're going to just keep doing shit to you.
Yep. They want the reaction.
I just didn't put it over.
It's a savvy veteran move. So, Ted, let's start out with some of the stuff that's going on in the WWF at this time. They make a huge addition with the arrival of Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard as the Brainbusters, two guys you had come to know pretty well in years prior. What did you think of them making their way here onto the biggest stage in wrestling?
I thought it was great. I mean, of course, Arn and I have been friends for a long time, and my relationship with Tully goes all the way back to, we played football together at West Texas State. But Tully and Arn, in the ring, oh my gosh, they definitely had it.
Yep.
And Arn picked it up quick.
they had made a huge name for themselves in JCP. And Arn has told the story that the first time they made an appearance, he came out and they were putting up the four fingers to get a big reaction from the crowd. But when they came back through the curtain, it was made very clear that they should no longer reference being the Horseman. I don't know. Like, whenever I look at something like that and I see, like, okay, it's these guys, especially in those days, the territories were still alive. So guys would come in from the territories, and Vince wanted to own their character. However, like, some guys had incredible success before getting there, and it's like, I don't know, if it's me, it's why not use this gimmick that's gotten over? Like, hey, look, why can't they be just the Horseman here in the WWF, and you use that to your advantage? So Ted, I'm curious, what's your opinion on that? Is that the right way to do business, or should Vince have leaned into the whole Horseman thing with them?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that. But again, I mean, I'm not Vince McMahon. I don't have the mentality of Vince McMahon. But personally, I think that would have worked. But hey, I'm not. Again, I'm not Vince, and again, I think you're right in terms of, Vince didn't own the Four Horsemen, and maybe that's why he didn't want anybody continuing to wave the flag, so to speak.
Another thing that's going on here in the WWF at this time that I'd love to get your take on is pretty much the hottest storyline of this era. Jake's wife, Cheryl, has come into the company to add some drama to his rivalry with Rick Rude. And this storyline just goes through the roof when Rude starts airbrushing Cheryl's face onto his tights, and Jake would respond night after night by ripping the tights off of Rick Rude to a huge reaction. So, Ted, I know you and Jake are buddies. Did you spend a lot of time with Cheryl over the years?
I mean, I was there in Georgia when that's where he met her. He met her in Atlanta. That's where she's from. And so, yeah, when they first started dating, I was right there. So I've known Cheryl from the beginning. And of course, they parted ways for a while, and it just tickles me that they're back together. I think it's great.
Incredible.
It really is. And again, Jake, Jake's had a hard life. I mean, he, I think Jake has done incredibly well for having to overcome a lot of the personal issues he had in his life.
Incredible. I mean,
Yes.
really, it's a guy like that. You don't really expect a success story from somebody who goes through what Jake went through in life. But man, he came out on the other side, and that speaks to his toughness of character.
Absolutely, man. And yeah, we've been friends for a long time, and it's like a lot of people say, well, who was your greatest match with, or who did you like to wrestle with the most? And I guess, like, I tell everybody this. I said, it's almost an impossible question to answer when you realize how many times we wrestled. I mean, it's just like we didn't have a football game once a week. We wrestled every night, and and all these people. But at the top of the list is or near the top of the list anyway, is Jake, because we, in terms of the psychology of pro wrestling, we come from the same background, and so it was easy for us to gel.
Man, the chemistry between the two of you was always very, very evident the second you two stepped into the ring together. Always fun to watch. And folks, if you are unfamiliar with it, we did an episode of the Snake Pit where where Ted was a guest with Jake and I on that podcast, and they talked about their rivalry. So go into the archives of the Snake Pit podcast. You can listen to those two in real time talk about working together, which is an awesome experience. So Ted, we always hear as fans that wrestling is like a pirate ship back in those days, and one of the cardinal rules was to keep your wife off of the pirate ship. What did you make of Jake allowing Cheryl to be brought into the company?
Well, I mean, she was, not just brought into the company, but was like going to be his valet, so to speak, right?
Yep.
And it's kind of like if there was ever a time where you say, okay, we can allow it under those circumstances, because if she's part of the show, I get it.
So fun hypothetical here, Ted. Is there ever a circumstance under which you would allow your wife to be involved in a storyline with the WWF when you were working there?
Probably not. I mean, well, I don't think that I would, but I say that because I know she wouldn't. I mean, she had no interest. I mean, she watched me and she told me, she goes, I know why you're one of the top guys after watching you. And she appreciated that, but never had any desire to be a part of the show.
That's pretty awesome kudos from the wife.
Yeah.
And last question about this rivalry with Rick Rude, and then we can move on. Like I said, he was having Cheryl's face painted onto his tights, and according to Jake, he was like, "I didn't really like it." He was like, it's one of those things that just happened. It was done, and then all of a sudden I'm in a storyline with it. But what do you think? Is it taking things too far, or good heat, in your opinion?
Well, it depends if everybody's. It's kind of like this. If Rick Rude just did that and on his own and never asked Jake about it, then I would say that's out of line.
Mm-hmm.
But if they discussed it and Jake gave approval to him doing that as part of the ongoing show, then okay. But it's like, okay, if I saw my wife's face on somebody's tights, I'd knock them out.
Yep. Well, it certainly made the rivalry real and added a cool element to it. But yeah, it's I don't blame Jake for maybe not necessarily liking the whole thing.
Yeah.
Something I liked, and I know a lot of fans liked at the time, was Curt Hennig made his debut with the WWF, and we all know how much success he would go on to have in his career. I was wondering, was this the first time that you ever met Curt?
No, the first time I met Curt was on a trip to Japan.
Oh.
Yeah, and then of course, I knew all about it. I mean, and again, something common for us is, like me, he was the son of a wrestler. He was a Hennig.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you what, that the gimmick, Mr. Perfect, I mean, it not only suited him, but I mean, what's really remarkable is he could do all that shit.
Yep.
I mean, he was really good at a lot of things. He was a real good guy, and he was a real good worker too. And it's just sad that he went so soon.
Very young man whenever he passed away, which is just really unfortunate. Now, you had mentioned his father, Larry the Axe Hennig. Did you ever spend much time around him?
No, I didn't. But I mean, I always knew who his dad was because his dad and my father, I'm sure, wrestled each other.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, my dad was from Nebraska, and Larry Hennig was from Minnesota, and one of the guys, the owner of what would be called the Minnesota territory was Vern Gagne. Now, Vern Gagne, was the AWA world champion, and he'd always get on TV and promote his vitamin pills. Oh gosh. Anyway, and again, Vern Gagne and my father also wrestled each other in college. My dad at Nebraska and Vern at Minnesota, and so. But no, Larry the Axe was a great guy. to my knowledge. And I know my dad. I probably either worked with him or was a partner with him, because I don't know if he was always a heel.
I think that Larry was a heel for big portions of his career, and yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about the guy. Certainly a huge guy and a great look and
Yeah.
a hell of a legacy in the business. Jim Duggan said recently that he viewed Kurt as a guy who had the right look and skills to be the WWF champion. Did you see that same potential in Kurt Hennig?
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, man. It's like I said, Mr. Perfect. I mean, he could do a lot of that stuff, but he was very good in the ring. And again, here's another kid who grew up in the business, watching his dad week after week, and like me and like a lot of other kids who had a father in the business, wanted to get in the business. And now, not all of them have been successful, but I mean, most of them have.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, also at this time, Ted, steroids are a big subject in The Observer, and Jesse Ventura would come out publicly and condemn the use of steroids. Ted, I know you were never a big substance user during your time in the business. Did you ever try steroids?
when I was in Mid-South, I mean, I was very cautious, because, especially when you're starting to, stick things in your body, and how it's gonna how your body's gonna react to it and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I was fairly cautious, but yeah, a little bit. But again, and I say a little bit is because it just helped. It just helped enhance, my look.
Mm-hmm.
But I wasn't. Again, a lot of guys. I mean, who am I thinking of? The Warrior.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
it was obvious with him.
Oh
Obvious.
yeah, and of course that's all he had was a body, and I don't know how much his steroid use had to do with his death.
Oh gosh, you take all that time to pack all this muscle. And by the way, he had a pretty small frame. Like, he was a big dude, he was very muscular, but a small frame that he packed a ton of muscle onto. And man, that puts a lot of strain on your heart.
Yeah.
So, Ted, I'm curious though. You're in the WWF now. It's the biggest show in professional wrestling, and you're surrounded by a lot of guys who certainly look like they're using steroids. A lot of guys that are really, really big. Did you ever consider doing steroids while you were in the WWF?
At the beginning, I mean, I can remember the one thing. The one thing Vince said to me was, he says, and Ted, he says, I want to see a little more visible in the gym. and I got the message. And so, I may have at the beginning taken some like testosterone,
Mm-hmm.
but I only took it, like as to kickstart what I was doing, but I did not continue to take it.
Okay.
And I mean, for that, and just personally, I was afraid. I was afraid to do that. I don't know. It's kind of like, how you can overdo anything, and like you just said it. That may have contributed to the Warriors' death. I don't know.
Yep. You never do know. And I mean, I think, Ted, that you're kind of a testament to the idea that maybe steroids aren't really necessary. You always look like an athlete, but you were never a body guy, as they say.
Yeah.
And still you had incredible success. So I mean, these guys are spending all kinds of money on steroids and trying to enhance their look, and it's like, hey, look, if you're just a great wrestler and a great promo and a hard worker, maybe you don't need to look like muscle fitness.
And again, if and I would say to all the fans who are tuning in, go look at amateur wrestlers who are really wrestling, high school and collegiate wrestlers, all of those guys are in pretty good shape. And you might here and there come across one who's just, like that looks like he just walked out of Gold's Gym. But most of them, they're in great shape and they have muscle, but they're not, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Yeah, they're not like muscle heads. They don't look like, was that Arnold Schwarzenegger? Arnold doesn't look like Arnold anymore.
No, he does not.
Yeah.
He's getting up there in age. But no, you're right. Most skilled wrestlers look a little bit more like a Jim Duggan, where it's like, they certainly has muscle, certainly in a big strapping, imposing guy, but it's not like he's carved out of stone.
Yeah, exactly. So
Ted, JYD is set to leave the WWF at this time and go try his hand in Japan and return to Calgary. We did a full episode about Dog a few months ago, which I recommend everybody go and check out. But for right now, I'd like to know your opinion on why JYD just couldn't recapture the Mid-South magic while he was in the WWF.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that. I don't know that. Bill Watts pushed, JYD. Mm-hmm. I mean, he threw him out there and made him a star. I don't know if Vince ever tried to do that with it's kind of like it's all how you get over based on how much you're pushed as well.
Yep.
And I don't know if JYE ever had the because he was there before I got there, and about the time I got there, he was leaving.
Yes, and he's leaving right here in '88. So you got maybe like roughly a year in the same company with him. And look, it's he came in '85. Hulkamania had started, so there's zero chance that he's going to get treated the same way as he was in Mid-South, where he's pushed as being the top guy. And I think you're right. He was not the Dog of old. He wasn't in the same shape that he used to be. Maybe some substance abuse issues at this time. However, it's like he still had it. He was still a draw.
Yeah, the abuse of whatever, I think, is what got him.
It's a shame, and you guys can hear that full story again on that episode that we did much earlier in our podcast, so please go back into the archives and find it. Well, Ted, you're gearing up for the Survivor Series, and your teammates are set. Let's check out our first clip this week to see who you're going to be working with.
Survivor Series. DiBiase has supplied me with handcuffs for everybody. A little surprise for you boys. But I brought an extra special pair. A little stronger, a little bigger. I'm going to finish the job I started on Brother Love. And don't think I ain't. I've got a team to count on. You don't, boy. When I was beating you like a dog, did anybody run out to save you? I don't think so. He ain't got nobody to count on Survivor Series. You watch out, boy. We're coming for you.
That's right, Hogan. You look like a great bitted punching bag when the big man here was battering on you.
A little bigger, a little
And you know what? Thanksgiving Day is the day when everybody across the country gives thanks for their meager earnings and their meager morsels of food. But not the $1 Million Man. I don't have to thank anybody for anything, Jack, because I have got it all. And right here, I've got the team that's got it all. And the turkey dinner we're going to have is the 5 big turkeys we got across the ring. Hogan, Savage, Hercules, my personal slave. And I tell you what you're going to have to be thankful for, Hercules. You're going to be thankful for the fact that you're finally going to realize who your Lord and Master is, and you're looking at him right here. Coco Birdman, you better leave the bird in the dressing room or we're going to stuff him too. And Hillbilly Jim, I don't even know if he can find the ring. But I tell you what it's all about. It's this right here. It's money. It's survival of the richest, and we are the richest. I'm giving it. We're going to have it all, Jack. When it's all said and done, when the smoke's clear and the dust settles, you're looking at the team right here that's going to win the big Thanksgiving Day feast. Akeem, tell him, brother.
Let me tell you folks one thing. You are looking at survivors. Hogan, fill the plane boy. We're going to be there to take you apart. You and your team haven't got a chance. Survive.
They're survive. 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 Survive.
No doubt. We'll be there for you.
Wow.
That was chaos.
Oh my gosh, that was. Oh gosh, and I forgot that Terry Taylor was in there with us.
Yep.
And I just have to say this, Terry Taylor is a great guy. I mean, even now he is one of the guys. He's one of the trainers down at the facility in Orlando for the guys in training.
Mm-hmm.
And because he knows the wrestling business, but he's one guy that had a lot of talent that never got a push. I just, I don't understand that. He just never, I just kind of feel, he's a good friend of mine. So I kind of felt sorry for him because I just felt like, here's a guy that's got it. I mean, he could have been a great baby face. I don't know. I don't know.
We mentioned Terry Taylor at the end of the show last week a little bit, and we've discussed the Red Rooster gimmick in the past, but I wanted to get your take on this because I recently spoke to Jim Duggan on ad-free shows for our exclusive show over there. It's called the Hacksaw Hour. Yeah. And he mentioned that he felt that Terry didn't really throw himself into the gimmick, which is why it didn't work out. And a good example of somebody who did throw themselves into the gimmick was right there behind you. That was Akeem. The one-man gang was turned to Akeem, which on paper sounds like really shitty creative. However, he threw himself into it and he made something of it. And that's kind of what Jim was saying. I don't know. Do you feel that Terry was kind of phoning it in because of the sort of crappy gimmick he was stuck with?
It may be. It could have been, but I don't know. I don't know what else he could have done. I don't know. That's a good question, and I've never really thought about it that way. But yeah, I mean, whatever you do, I mean, it's kind of like it's like if you feel like you've been given a whatever, a silly, gimmick or whatever. I mean, even when I heard that, the Red Rooster, I mean, are you kidding me?
That's pretty tough.
You're gonna, go around and I felt sorry for Terry, but the flip side of that is, okay, you're gonna give me this. Watch what I do with it.
Yep.
And maybe that should have been the attitude he took. So I don't know.
I mean, I'm with you. Terry seems like the perfect wrestler based on his look and his ring work. What do you think was missing from him that kept him from being a bigger star? Was it the promo?
It could have been. I mean, it could have been his like delivery. It's kind of like when I became the $1 Million Man. I mean, obviously. When the suit come off, I got in the ring and I wrestled like I always did. But with the suit on and in front of the camera, I had to be that guy, all about the money. And I got that. So maybe he just didn't throw himself into it enough.
Yeah, I had never really thought of that either until Jim brought it up, but he was saying like, he should have just cut his hair into a mohawk and dyed that red, and like it just really got into it. He was like, I think that if he would have, it probably would have gotten over, because if you show that you're excited about something, then the fans can be excited about it. Yeah. And it's like, pretty good point. Another guy that's there is, of course, the Big Boss Man. Seems like a guy who's pretty much universally liked by all the wrestlers that I've talked to about him.
Yeah.
And he's paired at this time with Akeem as the Twin Towers. Ted, you've been around a lot of big guys who could move, and Boss Man is another one. He was great in the ring. What did you think of him, though, and his ring work, his character, and him as
a
guy?
I loved the guy. I loved him. I mean, and again, for a guy as big as he was, I mean, he moved pretty dang good.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's just it. Well, that interview right there, I hadn't seen that in so long, and I had forgotten it. But oh my gosh, he could, he could give it, he could bring it. So, and some guys can, and some guys don't. So
he was committed to that character, that's for sure. I mean, he was in, and it sold it well. I love watching his stuff.
Yeah, I did too.
Another guy that's on your team there is Haku, and at this time, it's in the Observer that he's involved in a $1.1 million lawsuit stemming from a street fight where he bit a guy's nose off. So Ted, we talked about you. I asked you on Ask Ted Anything if you'd ever do a barbed wire match under any circumstances. Would you rather do a barbed wire death match or have a shoot fight with Haku?
I would rather have a barbed wire street fight than ever get in anything with Haku. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I love this guy. When he first came to the United States, his real name is Tonga Fafita, and he's from the island of Tonga. His father was the king of Tonga, and he went from Tonga, from that island to Japan. And all Japan Pro Wrestling then sent him over, to the Funks and to the Funk territory, Amarillo. And I was there at the time, and I just took him under wing. I said, "Look, until you get on your feet, you ride with me free. You book, and I would book rooms with 2 beds, and I said you can bunk with me, and because he didn't. What happened was, they said, I guess Baba gave him like $1,000 to get him started. And somewhere between Tokyo and him getting to the United States, he either lost the money or it was stolen.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And so he shows up with nothing. But I'm going to tell you what, you could not find a nicer guy. Thank God. Because when people ask me, okay, if wrestling's showbiz, who is legitimately a badass? I said, you don't ever want to cross Tonga Fafita, because that boy could be alone when he wants to be. And, it's just, oh my gosh, he was unbelievable. So there it is.
Ask that dude who got his nose bitten off if he'd like to mess with him again. Probably not.
Yeah, no kidding.
Haku is another guy to me, kind of like Terry Taylor, in that he's got this really cool look and solid ring work, but never was able to sustain a main event run. Do you think his big Achilles heel was his promo ability, or what do you think kept him from ascending even higher?
I think probably not not being able to bring it on the microphone, but a lot of times again, once I stopped wrestling, they made me a manager, and so I wasn't wrestling anymore. But I would be the mouthpiece for whoever it was that I was. Not everybody, but I'm just saying. In general, usually if a guy is really good in the ring and he doesn't have the mic skills, then they put a manager with him. And and the manager cuts basically the promo, and of course he adds a little bit, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, and Haku here was King Haku, and he had arguably the greatest manager of all time with Bobby Heenan. And I don't know. I always saw more in him. I wish that he would have had a longer main event run, because man, you getting to watch a legit guy like that square off with Hogan and Savage and long-term programs, like, man, it could have been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to the pay-per-view. It took place in the Richfield Coliseum in front of more than 13,000 fans, and you're in the main event with your team facing Hulk, Savage, Hercules, Coco Beware, and Hillbilly Jim. Ted, I sincerely doubt if we're going to bring up Hillbilly Jim very often on the show. Do you get to spend much time around him?
Not really. I'll be honest with you, I never I never got to really know him personally. I mean, I can't remember us ever making any trips together, or just we never had a lot of one-on-one time. I knew him in the dressing room and in the ring, basically, but he seemed to be a fairly likable guy.
Yeah, I've certainly heard good things about him over the years. I know that he was in the Legends House back in the day on WWE Network with Jim Duggan and Jimmy Hart and Tony Atlas. Did you ever watch that show, Legends House, on WWE Network?
Can't remember.
It was in like 2012, and they just put all of these wrestling legends into a house together, and they all lived together for a while. And
okay, yeah, I remember that, and I'm glad I wasn't one of them. I'm glad they didn't sign me up for that.
Yeah, it seems like, and we got to see it actually. It seems like it would be easy for guys to rub each other the wrong way.
Oh gosh, yeah. Or you wouldn't want to put Curt Hennig in there, because Curt Hennig was the ribber. Oh, he'd have been ribbing everybody. He'd be driving people crazy.
Yeah, it's I know that Jim and Tony Atlas had a pretty public issue while they were living there together, where it seemed like I actually talked to Jim about it not too long ago, and he was like, that's the last time I came very, very close to coming to blows with somebody, was between him and Tony Atlas, because of having to deal with each other in the Legends House. But they're good now, they're on good terms. But it's man, you put a bunch of big personalities like that in one house, could spell some issues.
Yeah.
Well, Ted, when it came to the match itself here, you'd start things off really briefly against Savage before heading back to the apron. Your biggest piece of action happens midway through. Let's drop in on the match and see your part in things.
Hogan's ready to confess to anything right now.
Tag made to the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. Hulkster trying to figure out where his corner is, as DiBiase sends him in for the ride. Nice clothesline. What a shot! Look at the leverage on that.
Another one. Hogan's out.
DiBiase showing me here some excellence of execution. The Hulkster right to his feet. Says, you're not going to do that to me. Spins around. Atomic drop. He gives him to Hercules. Oh, look at that.
And this is horrible. A slave doing this to his master. Can you imagine, Gorilla?
Herc unloading with lefts and rights in a big backdrop. This is what they wanted to see. Herc's no man's slave. Beautiful knee lift. Herc having fun in there right now. Oh, got tripped from the outside.
Virgil.
Can't turn your back on the action. Scoop from behind. He's out of there. What a cardinal mistake by Hercules.
And there's a major problem now. Gorilla, it's 4 against 2. The Mega Powers stand alone.
Look at this. $1 Million Man not paying attention, and he's out of there. Quick thinking by the champ.
Well, I got to give Macho credit. That was an extremely smart move, Gorilla. Now it's down to 3 against 2.
Pretty short night for you there, Ted.
Oh gosh, he snuck right up on me.
We were also treated to a nice view of your rear end there when
yeah.
So watching this back, it makes me wonder. Jake has told me before that he hates tag team matches because it just puts too many cooks in the kitchen and can kind of muddle the direction of a match. I would guess that when you have 10 men involved in a tag team match, it can turn into an absolute mess. What were your experiences like in the Survivor Series?
Yeah, well, again, I'm kind of like Jake, where I've been in tag matches, and me and Mike Rotunda, IRS, we had a great run together.
Yes,
as a tag team, but I just I always liked it better when I was on my own.
Mm-hmm.
And but I again, we had a great run as a tag team. I mean, won the belts a couple of times, and I can't remember who we finally dropped them to, but yeah, it was, I don't know. I don't dislike tag teams. I mean, I had plenty of fun with the tag team. I'm trying to think before.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, you were in tons of tag teams with like Steve Williams and of course Stan Hansen in Japan. So a lot of tag team experience for you over the years.
Yeah.
I'm wondering though, here you're working with 5 guys instead of just one other guy, and actually, technically, you're really working with 10 guys because there's the other team that you've got to consider on the other side.
Yeah.
The Survivor Series format. What did you think of it?
Well, it's okay. I mean, it's different. And that's what you want. You got to give can't keep giving the people the same old thing, and so it's just another avenue. But and you like some things, and some things you don't. And it's always, you always got to be like in a thing there where you're going to have 5 guys on a team. You got to work some of this out. Now, not the whole match, but just the key hot spots where, okay, I'm going to end up in the ring with you, and we're going to do this, and then that's our contribution to the match, and you might have more than one contribution to the match.
We're near the finish line here on the podcast, and the finish of the match is a continuation of the story of kind of the growing animosity between Hogan and Savage that we started to tell at Survivor Series. So Liz unlocks Hogan, who is handcuffed to the ropes. Hogan tags in without Savage being aware of it, wins the match, then hoists Liz up to celebrate, and an angry Savage is kind of looking on in the background. Almost feels like it could have been the start of a heel turn for Hogan here if that's the direction the company wanted to move in, because it was even speculated in the dirt sheets at the time that it was going to be either Hogan or Savage who would go on to WrestleMania as a heel. Now, normally heel turns are extremely common in wrestling, but Hogan was certainly the exception to that rule. Do you think that he could have worked out as a heel at this time?
Well, I think he could have. I do. I mean, he had the talent to do it, and eventually, the NWO, he was a heel.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, again, I think the reason that Vince did that, I mean, again, this is your guy. I mean, it's like you're one great big shining star, and again, Vince was all about merchandise, and it's like you don't want to make your biggest star a heel because that's gonna hurt the merch.
It's kind of like strangling the golden goose.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. So maybe not the best idea for business.
Yes.
And yeah, he was certainly a big draw with merchandise. Ted, one of the wrestlers recently told me that the sale of their LJNs actually got them their first ever Cadillac. Do you recall making a big expenditure when you would get that merch money in?
Look, I don't know that the LGNs ever brought that much. I'll be honest with you. The thing in terms of merch that, from my account, it wasn't the video games. It wasn't the action figures. It was the video games.
Okay.
I mean, it's like, I mean, and I don't know. I'd have to go back, and I just can't remember now. But I think if I made that much money on merch, enough to go buy a Cadillac, I think I'd remember it.
Well, I think it's important for context too. You were a heel at the time.
Yeah.
So I don't think a lot of kids are clamoring to go out and buy a heel action figure. They were probably looking to buy more of like Jim Duggan or Jake or Hulk, of course.
Yeah, that's true too. But at the same time, if you're gonna buy an action figure and you got a good guy, you got to have somebody to beat up.
$1 million dreams, tell them all good night. Everybody's got a pod, everybody's got a